dancing like they up in disco. You niggas in fist pump, you stay up the dip low. You niggas stay up and get low. Heard you way up in Frisco, and you say what the heck so. Every player gets snipped nose, acting gay up in Cisco. Like take the day off and play up at Mistos, causing chaos and play a calypso.
Red, blue, purple light, friends. Red, blue, purple light, friends. Facts. Red, blue, purple light, friends. Red and blue, purple light, friends. Facts. You can get to know the ledger, sacrilegious Sunday to melanin Monday. You can get to know the ledger, my love. Just open your third eye on Thursday. Lord, the food, the art, the clothes, the Vatican's getting exposed fast. We put the show on the road. You better stay on your toes. I was till the land focused on the ego. Then I opened my heart, let go of the ego. Grand after grand, we stacking up these C notes. Facts, facts, yeah. If we don't put this shit on our backs. Facts, facts. We in your city, pull up where we at. Facts, facts. Peace, love and light. Peace, love to the family. Peace, love and light to the family. Peace, love and light to the family.
These days and time, black man, is going to be the time that you have been waiting for. You came here for a reason. Whatever pressure, whatever adversity, whatever the fuck you feel, I don't know what you feel, but whatever you may be feeling is going to push you, and it's going to provoke you, and it's either going to make you or break you, similar to how pressure busts pipes or the shit makes diamonds.
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Let me know how it was sound. Where's this echo coming from? Microphone check. Okay, we should be good now. Peace to the family. Peace to you and your. Oh, man. I got an echo where I'm at. Hold on. Check, check, check. All right, there we go. I'm wilding. I got these headphones on. Give me 1 minute. Let me play this music. Let's fix something, and then we'll be right back.
Players in crypto, diamonds is dancing like they up in disco. You niggas in fist pump, you stay up the dip low. You niggas stay up and get low. Heard you way up in Frisco, and you say what the heck so. Every player gets snipped nose, acting gay up in Cisco. Like take the day off and play up at Mistos, causing chaos and play a calypso. I paused in kitchens and paused addictions. I pause prescriptions and cause inflictions. Bill Bixby playing in stores and bricks and on the dark web. You gotta pause every doors, cause encryptions. Tesla engines, pause the pistons. I seen every floor I leave sore and listing. For that action, they sponsored the Bronson. They was hooked on that shit like Johnson and Johnson. That freeway.
All right, here we go. 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 Family, peace to you and yours, peace to you and yours, peace to you and
to this
yours.
day.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
To this day.
Welcome to
this
Melanin
day.
Mondays. You are now rocking with the best. Yes,
To this
is
day.
your host.
To
for the
this
evening,
day.
brother Red Pillar.
To this
the one
day.
and only. There should be
To this
no
day.
pony, not the phony.
To this day.
No baloney. Yes, we are in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know how y'all feeling. Let me know how y'all feeling. You know what I'm talking about? We are here for another monumental episode. What a time to be aligned. What a time to be aligned. Let me know how y'all feeling. Let's go ahead and do the roll call. Let us see who's in the building. Let us see who is in the building. Yes, indeed. Shout out to my IG family. Shout out to the Twitch family. Shout out to the YouTube family. Shout out to the Facebook family. Seminole in the building. Shout out to Seminole, Florida. Always in the building. Los Angeles. We got Queens. We got Seattle in the building. Shout out to Seattle. You know, I'm talking about the Scattalin. Yo, Columbus, Ohio. More. Shout out to Chicago, San Jose, Clearwater, St. Petersburg, Lawrence, VA, Denver, Nassau, New Hampshire, DMV, Seattle. You know what I'm talking about? More. Cleveland, Chesapeake. Yeah, we outside. We outside. See, we outside. Charlotte, Jersey. Shout out to the Bronx, Hawaii in the building, Florida in the building, St. Louis, Tampa, Phoenix. Peace to the family from every single corner of the planet Earth, far and wide. You know what I'm talking about? Northern California. It never rains. Delaware. Yeah. Duval. Gulfport, Mississippi. Yeah, I'm talking about Cleveland. Peace to the family. Peace to you and yours. Greetings. Welcome. You could be anywhere else, but you're here with us tonight on Melanin Monday for another episode going down this rabbit hole that we've been collectively going down. You know what I'm talking about? This MAGAfest Destiny rabbit hole that we've all been going down. Well, tonight will be no different. The marathon continues. This time, we're going to take this thing into hyperspeed, ladies and gentlemen. This episode is titled Meme Martyrs, and we have a special guest that we want to bring on the platform. So I'm not even going to hold y'all. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you our good brother, none other than the legend himself, HITSUYO Aku in the building. Peace to the God. Yo, why I get on some anime shit every time I say your name? I switch into like an anime.
Big time. Yeah. The vibe was so nice. So he brought me back twice on them. Hello.
Yes, indeed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What's good?
God is in the building. You know, you backed by popular demand. You know what I'm talking about?
Yo.
You literally backed by popular demand. The people said, nah, we need the God to come back because he was in this thing sprinkling a lot of pee. You know what I'm talking about? He was up in this thing, popping collars, the esoteric occult way. You feel me? He was crip walking down the motherfucking middle path. So I feel like it's only right on this Melanin Monday as we march especially all of us who are witnessing grand rituals taking place, not just one,
Big time.
multiple rituals all at once, burning of heifers, consecrating of the martyring of quote unquote Charlie, turning him into Charles, and then elevating that into something even more Chuck. He went from Charlie
Chucky.
to Charles to
Big
Chuck,
Chucky.
Big Chucky. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
And
Chuck E. Cheese. They still after your kids. Fuck you mean?
fuck you mean? And we saw the rise of Erica, you know, the coronation of his wife, the Great Widow,
Mhm.
right? A new Barbie for the collection. You know,
That's
uh,
Daenerys Targaryen. The fuck you mean? That's
the
that's,
latest
that's Daenerys right
Targaryen.
there. That's
The
Daenerys
Cougar
right there.
Queen just arrived. The fucking
Oh
Dragon
shit.
Queen
Coming for
has
the Iron
emerged.
Throne now. Ooh.
The Dragon Queen has emerged. Yo, the whole stage is set for the Disney multiple universe blockbuster is Secret Wars on top
Facts.
of Kang the
Mhm.
Conqueror, on top of Doctor Doom. It's just
Facts.
it's a lot of throughways. But
Big time.
before I keep running my mouth, because you know how I do, I want you to introduce yourself to my audience, to this platform, to the family who are seeing you for the first time, and they like, what the
Mhm.
hell is
What the
Pooh
hell?
Shiesty doing? What the helly is the
What the hell?
Shiesties on Know the Ledge? Let them know who you are, what you do, and then we'll continue.
Yes, sir. Live and direct from the mothership that knock on some other shit. HITSUYO Aku, sovereign identity architect at your service by blending digital brand strategy, systems thinking, Afrofuturist philosophy, and digital literacy. I'm helping melanated creators, innovators, disruptors just like you remember who the fuck they are so we can build empires that reflect your soul and not this godless algorithm. All right. That's what I'm here to do. That's my function. That's my name. It's my purpose. I am the necessary evil of this branding game because what they don't want you to know is everything I'm about to tell you today.
To this day.
We are.
Done no. Done no. Come with gifts, family. Come with gifts. That's all I say. Thank me later. You dig? Buy me a coffee. I come with gifts. So tonight's episode, ladies and gentlemen, is a continuum of an episode that we had a few days ago. We started this conversation on Melanin Monday, I believe, or
Yes.
was it on a Tuesday? Yeah, I believe it was on a Tuesday, and we're continuing this march. The conversation was so intriguing, so enlightening, and so in alignment that we had an executive order and we
Mm.
opened up. Yeah, we signed an executive order and opened up a whole lane for you. You know what I mean? So you
Yes,
could
sir.
open up for this lecture right here. This master class is going to be a straight classic. You know what I mean? We was
Big
like,
time.
nah, put your fingerprint. We want you to put your fingerprints on this and whatnot. So we brought you in the fold for the MAGAFest Destiny. You know what I mean? American Gods
Yeah.
Part 10. It's an
Mm-hmm.
installation. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
10th one, we this will go down in history. Me and there was a time when me and Blue Pill got tapped on the shoulder by brother Black Dot and AA Rashid, and there was a lecture that was entitled Blueprint 322, and we were the openers, and this was our first big stage. This was our shot. You feel me?
Sure.
And it just so happened that it went viral afterwards and actually spawned what was known as the Decoded series, right?
I
So
remember that. Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
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 So I would definitely hope that this catapults you and springboards you into places known and unknown so you could
Sure.
continue to do your work and you know just shake the pillars of this matrix as you do. So let's get to it, my brother. I don't want to hold anybody up. There's a few video clips that I want to play just to warm them up, and then we're gonna get into the conversation tonight. All right. We might as well go ahead and hit him with the commercial. Just warm him up and let him know what the what the heli, what time this is,
heli?
who it is, what the conversation is, what the narrative is, what the feeling is, and where we at with this versus where we're not at with this. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, the world premiere of the MAGA Fest Destiny commercial. Check us out.
This is not just another live stream. This is prophecy meeting politics, myths colliding with money, and ritual revealed in real time. On Sunday, September 28th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the stage is set. American Gods, MAGA Fest Destiny, Part 10. Featuring the twin pillars, Red Pill and Blue Pill, joined by the firebrand voice of HITSUYO. For one night only, on Zoom, we decode the hidden architecture of America's mythos, how names, symbols, and movements shape the very destiny of nations. This is the lecture everyone will be talking about. The headline beneath the headlines: seats are limited. The world is watching. The time is now. Don't just read history, decode it. Don't just witness the myth, step inside it. American Gods, MAGA Fest Destiny, Part 10th of September 28th, 7 p.m. Live on Zoom. Secure your ticket today, because destiny doesn't wait.
News, folks. Turns out Charlie Kirk had bones of steel, strong enough to stop bullets. We just got our first bit of actual confirmation about findings of the autopsy, and they make the story even more unbelievable, if you could believe it. We'll tell you more all about that in just a minute. But the important thing is that Tyler Robinson is safe and sound in FBI custody, waiting for all the cameras to shut off and the guards to take a nap so that he can do a little bit of bedsheet origami. The FBI has charged him with aggravated murder, along with a host of other supporting charges, and are seeking the death penalty. It turns out Tyler Robinson almost got away clean, leaving the scene with no evidence, except for a detailed text message confession about how he used his firearm to eliminate the acquired target, and then got into his vehicle and was on the lam for 0800 hours. Pay no attention to the fact that we now know that the FBI has footage of the shooter taking the shot, and they specifically cut the video they released to start just after that part. Obviously, not because he never took the shot, probably never even had the rifle on the roof, but because of redacted. Pay no attention to the old man actively causing a distraction to help the shooter escape, or to the more than 10 strange flying objects that have been located in the cell phone footage, or to the fact that the wound doesn't match the shot, or to the fact that we are being shown a fabricated text message chain, or to the new photo that surfaced of Bro stopping by Dairy Queen for a little blizzy while he's the subject of a statewide manhunt. Trust the FBI to get to the bottom of it, just like they did with the Epstein files. Because just last week, Kash Patel came out and officially told us that Epstein never even trafficked anyone to anyone. Hundreds of victims are all lying to us. The court that convicted Epstein was totally wrong. Ignore all the evidence and forget all about it. Midterms are just a year away, and you're supposed to hate your neighbor way more by then. So they're going to need you to stop talking about uniting in our hatred of Israel and get back to the race war that they had scheduled. Thank you very much.
Conspiracy theories are entering a
Information is the oxygen of the democracy.
There's so much evidence out there that even if less than one...
So while everyone's talking about the shooter, everybody has missed two critical parts of this story. Number one is that the FBI says that they found the screwdriver that he used to break down the weapon before he made his escape, all within 6 seconds, including changing his clothes. Very impossible, but Let's say this guy is Flash Gordon and could just take a screwdriver out, break down the weapon, hide it in his pants and his backpack, change his clothes, and be off of the roof within 6 seconds. Let's just say that's a plausibility. Here's the problem. He left the screwdriver with the spent shell and several unspent shells on the rooftop. They ID'd the DNA on the screwdriver as the guy that they have in custody. Okay, so he used that screwdriver to break it down according to the FBI. But then he gets off the roof, crosses the street, goes into the woods, and reassembled the rifle without the screwdriver. How do you do that? Because it takes a screwdriver to disassemble it. It also takes a screwdriver to assemble it. So there's a big gaping hole in this evidence, and it seems like maybe they're just, these questions are, oh, well, how did he get off of the roof without breaking down the gun? Here's a screwdriver with his DNA on it. Okay. How did he reassemble it and leave it in the woods then? He didn't have the screwdriver. So that's number one. The other thing that everybody is missing is they are still sticking to the story that it was a 30-06 that took out Charlie Kirk. Here's the problem. They haven't found the projectile. And without finding the projectile, that weapon is pretty much inadmissible as evidence. Because that weapon could have just been sitting there. Somebody could have thrown it there from, a week ago, a month ago, 2 months ago. Any defense attorney will say you can't prove that that rifle is the one that fired the round because you can't prove the rifling. So whenever there is a homicide, they have to go through, they find the round, and then they check how it rifled against similar fired rounds that they fire out of the suspect's gun. If they match, that's the shooter's gun. If you don't have the round that killed the victim, you don't have a case. The third part, which I said there were two parts, there's actually three, is that a 30-06 would have ripped his entire throat and left his head hanging by a thread. That is a very big projectile, very powerful. But that's not what happened. Follow for more. Also follow our Substack, link is in the bio.
So all of the military, all of the Chads in the military, unless they're like really on some like if they really on some Cobra Commander, like they really have to be flipped to be like, nah, I don't know what you're talking about. But everybody else, like all of the other veterans, are saying this is impossible.
There's no way.
No effing way. And, it's very telling of how far certain people reach when they bend reality. Because they bend reality so far that you have to have undeniable faith in these people in order to bend reality with them. The first time that happened recently was when Donald Trump got shot in the air. He bent reality so far. So tough. He bent the spoon. I'm talking about he wrapped the spoon around the wrist.
Nigga, what spoon?
Nigga, right.
Nigga, what spoon?
Nigga, what spoon? What
nigga,
chain?
what spoon?
Like, people was like, well, wait a minute. That would have still ripped your head off. What bullet? Wait, sir, what about, like, I think him and Megan Thee Stallion had the same, they had the same team, the same urgent care team. They care for bullet wounds, but don't collect fragments and do not do any stitching. These some badass doctors out here these days, man. I mean, goddamn it. Just look at the BBLs. Look at the work they be doing.
Nigga in the comments said, which ear was it again? Yo, which one of Trump's ears was it again? Mandela effect.
Right. Clap it up for Trump's doctors. You know what I mean? Clap it up for Charlie Kirk's doctors. I mean, the way that they are making people, this is what's causing schizophrenia. This is what's causing people to spaz and short circuit. If you were not prepped and prepared mentally, right? In what I would call the conscious community fight club. Let me cook for you. The conscious community had a fight club that was almost akin to the fight club that was in the movie. It was a secret society, right? People would be on the train and they would be hitting me. You know, I had conductors on the train hit me with the nod, like I'm one of I'm one of you. I'm with you, brother. I'm in Fight Club with you. You feel me? You know, I had a conductor stop the train one day, skirt, and open the door. I was feeling like Eddie and Coming to America. Like, yeah,
Yo,
bro, you
say
making
word.
me hot. But these are definitely things that we're beginning, to see. You know,
They cooking the whole shit up. They
they are
cooking the whole
cooking.
shit up. And who got their show back? Which one of them? Don't just say he who.
Jimmy
Which
Fallon,
Jimmy?
who they lost, they're snatching jobs. They're
Yo, off
snatching,
comedy, you can't even make jokes about this nigga, dog.
right. They're snatching degree. I see people from college get expelled, snatching scholarships. They're snatching jobs. They're snatching roles. They're snatching channels, right? Something has shifted.
Super easy peasy too. They're not even
Super
playing
easy
no game.
peasy. Yeah, with no problem.
Nah,
Um,
no issue.
the schizophrenia though that I'm seeing that's being caused is because the psyops is so sloppy, and the psyop
Yes.
almost has Easter eggs that they put there on purpose in order
Yeah.
to get the quote unquote machine up and running, to get the echo chamber spinning and
Boom.
whatnot, to get the conversations going. There's so
Boom.
much, there's dude with the arm in the back making the signals. Then there's the
Mm-hmm.
camera and they took the SD card. Then there's the white hats. Then there's him wearing a shirt that says freedom. You know what I mean? And he always used to wear black. All of these are like Easter eggs for a generation. And with somebody like Charlie, it's not like he was some old man who's never been on the internet. Charlie was the
Mm-hmm.
boy in American Gods. Charlie was the internet. Charlie was a part of quote unquote his main mission, was to be a digital martyr, similar to the same Charles or Carlos or De Carlos that they just they gave him sainthood. The Vatican
Mm-hmm.
gave somebody named Charles sainthood, right, for being a digital martyr. He was a digital saint. So Charlie is a digital saint from America who not only is just a digital saint, he's a digital saint of their canon, of their quote unquote he's biblical in the fact that he's an evangelical Christ-like figure to those in his immediate circles,
Constituency, yeah.
constituency, nation, egregor, vibrations. And what America does and what the turning point can do that I've probably seen nobody else do is they know how to create they are expert myth makers. They're expert myth makers. So they've done an expert job in a short amount of time to create the myth of Charlie Kirk.
Facts. Boosted that boy up to all high heaven in no time. In no time.
All
In
you
no
got to
time.
do
This
is
boy's
feel
worth.
blood in America.
They 10x that boy just by clapping him.
Right. And
10x him.
all you got to do and grab the narrative, jumped on that shit and ran with it and put presidential
Symbols,
executive
trauma,
order.
repetition. That's all it takes. Symbols, trauma, repetition. That's all it takes.
Symbols, trauma, repetition.
Mm-hmm.
Should be a hook. All right, we got some more videos. We're gonna show into it, and then we're gonna get into this dissertation. This is just a warm up, ladies and gentlemen. This is just we letting y'all get in the building and get warmed up. Get your notepads, get your
slow
pens.
simmer.
Yeah, because if you're gonna take notes, we want you to follow up on the information. Go and do the deep research. Go and I'll tell you what tools that you could utilize, which AI tools that you could utilize that will assist you in your research, that will make it smarter and not harder. But we want you to go deep dive in, dig a well, break until you hit oil, my niggas. You know what I mean? The information that's going to be given to you tonight is going to be call Jacob up. You know what I'm talking about?
Ooh.
Put the Mosinite up, my nigga. Real jewels tonight. You know what I'm talking
Ooh.
about? Yeah, real jewels
Ooh.
tonight. Yeah, Santana. Real diamonds for dancing. You know what I mean?
I'm
Real
flossy.
diamonds for
I'm
yeah.
flossy.
Airdrops. Get your wallet ready, niggas. Airdrops tonight. Yeah, that part. Sprinkle. Yeah. That part. Sprinkle.
Know what's happening right now, I'm going to break it down to you like you're 5. So America is the parent company of Israel. It's been the parent company of Israel for decades. America funds Israel using U.S. taxpayer dollars. It provides its weapon and security, etc. And this has been going on for decades. And right now, the parent company, the U.S., has reached old age. It has accumulated all this debt. It's time for it to retire. It's also reached its stage of dementia. And so right now, you have 250 U.S. legislators that have gone on a trip to Israel, which is completely paid by Israel, but really the U.S. taxpayer. And they've gone there to basically pledge allegiance to the country.
Okay, not only did they go there to pledge allegiance to the country, but they were present when the red heifer was burnt. This is all part of the ritual that they all carried out. They had these niggas in an underground tunnel, bro. They had your senators in an underground tunnel in Israel doing rituals,
which is really pledging allegiance to their new boss. I just want to make something really clear here right now. This is the largest U.S. bipartisan delegation to ever visit a foreign country. Do you understand? These are U.S. lawmakers. They're U.S. lawmakers. They make laws in the United States of America, and they just went to another foreign country to pledge allegiance. So take a minute and process that how you wish. At the same time, TikTok and the U.S. have finalized a deal, basically saying that the U.S. is going to have a separate TikTok app from the global TikTok app, which will be controlled by Zionist algorithms. It will be controlled by 3 companies in the U.S., Oracle, Silver Lake, and Harrods, which are all 3 Zionist entities. Do you understand what's happening right now? Our information is being hijacked by a foreign entity. I cannot stress this enough. At the same time, they're saying that it will be an American board with U.S. government oversight, but obviously it will also be Israeli oversight.
Yo, TikTok is fucking washed, bro. I'm so glad I didn't build my empire on that quicksand. I'm so glad I don't have like they can't even they can't aura farm me like that. Whatever clips is floating around there, it's not mine. It you know, it's untethered, my niggas. It don't come from my platform like that. Man, they cooked that TikTok one. That I would not touch that with a 10-foot pole. The only type of videos I'm putting on TikTok is footwork. Niggas with happy feet. That's just niggas with happy feet to go viral and collect the check. I ain't saying nothing controversial. I'm not just a bunch of happy feet. Yeah, I'm paying niggas in crypto just to dance. Dance, nigga. Give them some tail blue. Yeah, we gonna feed them. We gonna clothe them, and we just gonna record them dancing. That's my TikTok delivery.
Straight random tips on how to grow your herbs better. Nothing else.
Just straight up. I might do a cooking show. Straight random cooking shows on Tok. I might be
cooking with red pill. Yes. Cooking with red pill.
Cooking with red pill. You know what I'm saying? Take it to the OnlyFans where it'll be a baby boy special. I'm doing Ving Rhames at the
Okay.
stove. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you get the aunties going.
Well, OnlyLands. I don't do OnlyFans. I told we launched OnlyLands.
Only
Yeah,
land, yeah,
yeah.
straight
Where
acreage,
they pay us in acres.
straight
Pay us
acreage.
in acres. That part. But man, shit is crazy, man. TikTok getting taken over by Oracle, the CIA cutout, right? I mean, they didn't even hide it. They went straight for the jug. They just went fully fangs out on them. Like, look, this is a hijack. We're taking over the algorithm. See, the family might not know about the TikTok algorithm and how different the TikTok algorithm is from any algorithm in the world. They're literally building their algorithms to mimic TikTok. Now, TikTok, which is but bought by the ByteDance company, is a part of the state of China. The Chinese is state run, is state owned, right? There's an algorithm that runs China, and there's an algorithm that operates in China that is far, far, far superior than anything that Microsoft, OpenAI, or any of these quote unquote frontier companies have ever unrolled or ever put out. These companies that you're witnessing right now, in terms of being ahead or in terms of innovation, globally are seen as basically at the last of the line, if not the last of the line, towards the back of the line. China is seen globally, galactically, as being 5 years ahead innovation wise, technologically more proficient, technologically more efficient. They have leapfrogged and quantum leaped in terms of their countries or their nations 360 or their pivot, right? Which is something that they're projecting. Africa could actually, with Africa being on the rise and with China actually having a blueprint on how to scale up in a matter of 5 to 10 years, they're saying that Africa could do in 5 years what China actually did in 10 if they stick to the script, if they follow
Facts.
the protocol, if they
Facts.
stay focused, if they don't allow these vultures, if they don't allow these quote unquote colonizers, you feel me, to play in their backyards and whatnot and create all of these conflicts that are going to tie them up, or how to purposely make them the monkeys in the middle. No pun intended. How is it real? Britain, which is basically almost the same, the US, NATO, France, and all of those proxies start to deal with some type of provocations with Russia or with China and use the continent as the battleground. And by doing that, they're able to offset the people on the continent who are the original inhabitants
Inhabitants,
of
yes.
said land. This is how conflict spills over and the people become casualties of war. And just miraculously, there's a genocide of all of the villages, and then all of that pristine land becomes inhabitable by these people who were one day at conflict, the next day renting each other real estate and doing business. That's the Civil War in a nutshell. They created these conflicts around indigenous land with indigenous land in the middle of it all, right? And this is how they got caught up. World War II, World War One, it happens a lot.
They optimizing for the collateral damage. Like they're banking on that. That's what they're
Right.
banking on. That's why
There's
they
actually a
have
whole map. Right. They, they
Mhm.
they stand over a whole map and they're able to literally play chess, move pieces, and strategically plan on how to step by step in 15 steps. How do we checkmate our opposition and do and achieve whatever the purpose may be? Sometimes the purpose may be scorched earth. You know, we're gonna take over this stuff financially, or we're going to create conflict. You know, like you have conflict in the Middle East between the Arabs and the Mamelukes and some of these people who are not in, they're not even indigenous to that land, right? So the people who are indigenous of that land, they're the ones that are paying the biggest price, because when elephants clash, it's the grass that suffers. When two elephants clash, it's the grass that suffers. So all of the people who are melanated in those lands, that's how they get erased. That's how they get wiped out. That's how they get displaced, and that's how they get tricked out of their land and their estate.
I think people forget war is a wholesale license to just openly murder people. You see what I'm saying? So,
Right. And still
and
into loot
again, to
on
steal, to
massive
loot,
scales.
yo, you know what I'm saying? Get your little grape on, do all that stuff, because that's exactly what they use it as a proxy for. And I think that's the deeper part of this is all of this is a proxy to get at you niggas. This don't got nothing to do with you. This is white on white violence, straight up and down. But they gotta bend the narrative around you because you're actually what they want to go against. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I was watching a video and homie was really saying white people are actually scared to go up against the oligarchs and the technocrats that are actually kicking their teeth in, the ones that are actually behind the erasure of culture that they seen. You see what I'm saying? That they're all of a sudden about to go on this huge crusade for behind this meme. They don't want to go up against these bankers. They don't want to go up against these financiers, the Rothschilds of the world. Or if they do, they keep pointing toward, you know what I'm saying, the is it really's over there type shit. They don't ever really want to go after the real thing. It's easier to say you're the problem. You see what I'm saying? Our problem is you niggas.
That is a fact. Check this out. Who was Trump talking to last night? Look at this.
The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love.
That private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not.
A missionary with a noble spirit. He is their crusader, martyr. He is their standard bearer for this modern day crusade that they are about to embark upon.
Not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent.
So this is the president of the United States, ladies and gentlemen, the leader of the free world, ladies and gentlemen, at the funeral of a politically martyred individual, allegedly.
That boy sound like a YN. That boy said, I'm gonna stomp on their grave and everything.
You understand? He might as well said, you know, we smoking on and just started naming niggas. The president of the United States, and certain people be laughing and they think that this is folly, but this is not statesmanship.
Nope.
Right? And people laugh at the whereas it's not realizing that's like the frog laughing at the other frogs on a plate while he's boiling. He's only invigorating his base with that ignorance. He's only invigorating his base with that unmitigated gall. He's only invigorating that base with that red meat because that base is like a pack of growling pit bulls who, the minute they tell him go and sick that person or they drop the chains and whatnot, that dog will start mauling everything in its sight. Everything in its sight. Check this out. Yeah, so.
And I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stay.
And people in the audience would be like, that's right, Trump. No, means that talk that shit. But let one of our people die and a nigga get up there and be like, nah, fuck that. I don't forgive none of these niggas. I'm hating these niggas to the grave. Oh my goodness, they got the devil in them. Why do we just can't let things go? What's wrong with black people? Their hearts are so heavy. But it's now it's TV when a nigga with orange hair says it.
And I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand.
But who? I didn't say that. I wasn't. I said, who exactly is he talking to? I'm gonna pull up the Stephen Miller video. He was talking directly to somebody's heart. Who? We'll do a vote.
Know.
We'll do a vote. We'll just do a vote after you hear Stephen Miller. I want y'all to tell me who the fuck is Stephen talking to? Because remember, the biggest op that they got right now for Charlie Kirk, and I didn't even know this, but I got hit by the youth. The young people put me on. They like, nah, Charleston White is the biggest op for Charlie Kirk right now. The white folks, they ain't looking at nobody else as the biggest op but Charlie. But Charleston. The way that he went in, they like, nah. They the MAGAs, they not mad at nobody else the way that they mad at Charleston MFN. What is his name? Charleston White. Another
White.
Charles. Another Charles. So they're looking for crash out. And I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. Charleston White is a crash out to the point where he himself is trying to and attempting to become a martyr. However, his crowd will not hold him up. Charlie Kirk's crowd will hold him up. Unfortunately, they won't honor him the same. He won't get the type of honor. He won't get the type of quote unquote send off. The send off is important for some people. It solidifies your journey. You know what I mean? It makes your walk mean something. But
yeah.
Talk about talking greasy. Listen to this cake hole.
Strength and her courage. When I see Erica and her strength and her courage.
Don't you look like a shit eater? Look at it. Look at his face, bro.
Look at his face.
When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend.
What's the name of that website? Storm? They had the website before?
Nah. What the fuck? What? He really thought he said something slick, though. That's fire, I guess. Like,
yeah, nah, let him cook.
Wait, unless they invoking that nigga
our
L.
determination, our resolve, our passion, our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light.
Hold on. Hey. God damn, they putting a lot on Erica's weave, man. Erica.
Yo, Erica Targaryen. What the fuck, bro?
I'm telling you, that's the Gooner, bro. She's a Gooner princess, bro. She's
Out
the Gooner
caves, nigga. God,
she's the Gooner princess, man. That's they Cardi B right now.
God damn, she the mother of dragons on some shit.
The replacement theory. The replacement theory is about them getting their woman back.
Facts.
Right. The TV show The Boys. Wasn't it the Storm? It was Storm Watch. Right? The Daily Stormer is they shit. Eric.
Yo, Erica.
Yo,
had
Erica
to
do the
go on
20v1.
Oh shit!
That's
Erica on the
crazy.
smasher pass. God damn.
Erica on the 20v1 with
It's
Joe Rogan in them.
madness.
The 20v1 with the Rogans and the Gooners. That with like Elon and even Jeff might be like, fuck that. I got a pass to play this one. For Erica?
For Erica.
Nah, they found they found
Yo, I'm
Disney
telling you, they
queen.
got theirs.
They got
This ain't
theirs.
Snow White, bro.
They told Amber Rose, nah, stay home. We got. She's like, wait a minute. Yeah. Cancel that bitch.
Yeah, what in the helly?
Did you see Trump holding her?
Yeah, he was trying to
them
squeeze the life force off that shit.
squeezing
Like he was trying to get a transfusion. Yo,
The light will defeat the dark.
Hold on, let me bring this back. This nigga gave her the keys to getting him out the cave. He gave her.
Yo, he
gave her
said
free-
she taught us how to walk upright, nigga.
Upright, niggas.
Industry.
Like he did her DNA test. This nigga came through with this bitch bloodline got us out the caves, nigga. Like
God
Erica nursed the
damn,
young wolves.
Raised up
Ivica.
civilization. Who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light.
Oh, they shooting.
The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing.
Who you talking
You can
to?
create, not imagine what they have.
Nah, he need beats behind this shit. Low key spitting.
Yo, who are they talking
I need him on a Chief Keef beat though. Nah, fuck that. Put him on an NBA beat. I need him. I need to. I don't know who he talking to, but I do need to hear him on an NBA beat though. Let him. He's warming
Awakened.
up.
They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us.
They not like us.
Because
Who's
we
they?
stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. We are the ones who lift up humanity.
Didn't I tell you they real issue ain't niggas? It's these oligarchs.
Woo! 1 minute ago,
It's the
I thought
niggas
he was
with money.
talking about us. The minute he said y'all don't build nothing, y'all.
I said no. I'm
ain't nothing.
tapped out, nigga. I'm tapped out.
I could smack you with the poster.
Nigga. I was at Teotihuacan, my nigga. I was at Chichen Itza, my nigga. I was at what they call it, the Aswan before the Aswan, nigga.
You ain't talking to me, little nigga. He like Elmer the Fudd on Ozempic. Look at him.
You can build nothing. You can
Nigga look
produce
like Elmer
nothing.
Fudd on Ozempic.
You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. We are the ones who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy. And we will devote the rest of our lives
behind this shit, goddamn,
to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us. You cannot slow us. You cannot stop us. You cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart every single day and
I'm
fight
sure
that
you
much
will,
harder
little nigga. I'm
because
sure
of what
you
you
will.
did to us. You have no idea.
Erica
The
don't got nothing to
dragon you
do
have
with this.
awakened. You have
The
no idea
dragon, boom.
how
I told you
determined
they
we
making
will
her.
be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic.
I'm sure. I'm sure,
Because our
Steven.
children are strong.
He got
And
that
our
Erica
grandchildren will
poster in
be
his locker
strong.
room.
And our children's children's children will be strong. And what will you leave behind? Nothing. Nothing. To our enemies, you have nothing to give. You have nothing to offer. You have nothing to share but bitterness.
Nigga, this is directly from the offices of goddamn UFC and Vince McMahon, fam. That he ran with the script writer. He got the ghostwriter for Monday Raw. This nigga went and got the ghostwriter for Monday Raw. He probably was at Hooters. They probably was hitting mad lines somewhere in Vegas and got the nigga from motherfucking Canelo fight to write the script. He got an unemployed nigga from the WWE. He got fucking Triple H GPT, Vince McMahon GPT to write him a fucking speech. If you don't take your bald-headed Elmer the Fudd on Ozempic, Fat Joe sidekick looking ass somewhere else, boy.
That
Boy,
Lex
I'll give you a
Goofer looking
wedgie
at nigga,
and
boy.
give you a brain aneurysm, boy.
Oh,
Stephen Miller, nigga
looking
I
like
get
Lex
Stephen Colbert
Goofer.
to knock you out.
Hell no.
These Poindexters done hit the fucking ceiling, man. I blame all of this shit on Candace. Candace is giving these niggas the nookie and got them feeling
crazy in the street, bro. Got them feeling real powerful in the street.
Yeah, Candace did that. Candace got these niggas feeling brave.
Yo, it has to be, bro. She done made them boys feel wild comfortable in their fragility, dog. Like she got to think of the fragility as a superpower.
Like 10 of them at once. You know that, man. Candace did a mukbang and it got these niggas.
Mukbang is wild.
Yeah, she did.
She got whited. She got whited. Not even black. She got whited.
That painted. Superman.
That white knight.
Yeah, that was the turning point. You know what I'm talking about? But somebody got these boys feeling themselves, and I'm like, what the hell?
Where did they done made Erica the Dairy Queen. This shit crazy in the streets right now.
Oh yeah, it's up.
Oh,
it's up. The gooners are at attention. The groypers are groypering. You know what I mean? The wolves are at the gates. They got hide the kids, man. But let's finish this video right here.
Oracle, Silver Lake, and Harrods, which are all three Zionist entities. Do you understand what's happening right now? Our information is being hijacked by a foreign entity. I cannot stress this enough. At the same time, they're saying that it will be an American board with U.S. government oversight, but obviously it will also be Israeli oversight and an Israeli board. The app will look exactly like the TikTok app, except it's going to be controlled by U.S. and Israeli algorithms. So they will be pushing Zionist propaganda all day, every day. Despite this country being hijacked by a foreign entity that has been in the making for decades, I still remain very optimistic, mainly because I feel like situations like this have to reach an extreme level for people to wake up, mobilize, and take action. And unfortunately, now you have people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens saying things like, it's not the right versus left. We need to come together. And basically, we need to come together because the country's being hijacked by a foreign entity. Another part of it is like, I'm not worried about this TikTok thing because it's time for us to create alternatives, to get into the mindset of an alternative to TikTok, something that is made for us by us, an alternative to Starbucks, an alternative to Spotify. We need to be conscious about what we are supporting and where our money is going. And this is steps. We are all taking steps, but we need to get into the mindset of an alternative. That's how we mobilize folks.
What I don't like is when people are reactionaries, because it's like that shit wasn't in you, bro. You wasn't doing all of this until you had to react. So it's like you're not really moving with that spirit of doing. You're just reacting and shit. You're doing push button knee-jerk type shit. You're not really trying to build nothing. You're not really trying to build your own network. You're not really trying to, you're just moving around because shit get uncomfortable. You know what I'm talking about? You know how people just pick up and get their air mattress and just move around? That's how they are on these platforms and social media. They're just moving around with their air mattress, couch surfing. They don't really want to build no shit. They really don't want to own nothing. They don't want to, they don't want that process of having to brand their own selves, build their own selves up, you know, establish all of the heavy lifting. Can you briefly give us a rundown on how that would even look in this new era that we're in, exiting Web 2.0 and entering in the Web 3.0, a new paradigm, a new atmosphere, a new economy, a new framework, and a new way of doing things. So before we even get into our dissertation, let's get into some solutions about branding and rebranding and surviving in the dead internet. All right. So I'm going to give you the solo, let you go solo on them. Do you want to do a song, the crypto to start it off, to warm them up, and then you go in, or do you want to go in?
Yeah. Actually, matter of fact, if you got that that got it going on shit, I gotta hear that, dog. I can't lie, that shit's
okay.
Fire.
Say less, ladies and gentlemen. World, premiere, a world, premiere. We're gonna break this song that's going platinum. Put
this
everything
shit tough,
on it,
bro. I can't lie.
You know what I mean?
Shit hard.
Classics after classics. We determine, we focus. This is your time to go smoke break, bathroom break, water break, whatever you got to do to kiss little Heru on the forehead. We will be right back. We are launching Got It Going On, aka Voltron.
Got It Going On.
Cambada featuring Red Pillar off the Voltron album, y'all.
Hey, yo, we got it going on. I'm hit up right on my wrong. Yo, we got it going on. This is for the culture. Yeah. Hey, yo, we got it going on. I bring my niggas together, we transform and become the Voltron. Yeah. We hit it right all our wrong. Hey, yo, we got it going on. Yeah. Went through the fire, but it lit up my views. I'm blowing up like a bomb. Introduce you to God. I'm teaching essentials, I'm operating at my peak, it's potential. Elijah, he told me to keep it simple. These instrumentals, I speak to your mental. Red, back in the booth, rap to the youth, they was lacking the truth. Back to the seas, they was lacking the roots. Smoked all the trees and they snacking on fruits. Bed, attached to my roof, detached to the roof on the back of the coupe. Back from the future, I'm back in the red and the blue, yeah, I'm back on my snoop. Niggas be biting, they cracking, they tracking, they niggas be capping, they lacking it. Put a toe tag on the back of they boot. Battle with nukes, I'm attacking they troops. I wrote these bars in Sumerian text. The legends of Mu, I'm Sumerian sets. It was written in Targaryen text. Came to conquer all my variants. Yeah, we got it going on. I bring my niggas together, we transform and become the Voltron. Yeah. We hit it right all our wrong. Hey, yo, we got it going on. Yeah. Went through the fire, but it lit up my views. I'm blowing up like a bomb. Introduce you to God. Back on the mic, was dead on my back, now I'm back on my life. Came back from the future, went back to it twice. When I rose out the grave, they say that dude is Christ. I'ma shine like a star, I'ma twinkle as I light up the sky. The whole world was watching on the night I arrived. The Messiah's here, I guess it's finally time. I swear that I hear every prayer that you say. I was there every day, I was still everything.
Chat, what the hell? They got a pillar at the Vatican. Pope Pablo, where you at?
You either fight or run. Life a game, I feel like I won. Hey, yo, we got it going on. I bring my niggas together, we transform and become the Voltron. We hit it right all our wrong. Hey, yo, we got it going on. shoot a
From the quantum shadows, a traveler emerges. Fly Sinet, the multi-dimensional hacker, living his hero's journey. He joins the Pantheon at AI Masters Workshop, November 1st and 2nd, hosted by 363 Empire with Red Pillar and Seven Bomar. Tickets, lock yours in now.
This is the law of mental command. It is the understanding that you are not a victim of your thoughts, but a commander of them.
Hey, yo, we got it going on. I'm hit up right on my wrong. Yo, we got it.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Shout out to Cambada.
Big time, big time. That's a bop.
Yeah, shout out to Nick. Yeah, that's a for show bop. You know what I'm talking about? That's a for show bop. You know, God hop on the rise, upon the replay. God hop on the rise. God hop on the mother effing rise. We gonna play that
back to
before we
the
get out of here
booth.
tonight.
Back to the what? Back to the youth. They was lacking the truth. What? Hey, no, talk your shit, fam.
Yeah, cracking a tooth. So we before we went to the break, I was asking you about a viable plan or a solution to what it is that we are facing. First and foremost, I want to approach it from somebody who is identifying that there is a culture war, and this culture war has it does have casualties to it, financial casualties. In the attention economy, it will put up firewalls all around you. It could block you. The algorithm could hunt you down and all type of things. So let's talk about some solutions, and then let's get into this dissertation about the meme martyrs.
Say less. So I think one of the first real solutions is infrastructure based more than anything, right? We have to be willing to adopt the technologies, the skills, and the platforms that are going to allow us to own, distribute, you see what I'm saying, and then gather the revenue from our IP, you see what I'm saying, in the most direct way possible. Now, if you are leveraging someone else's platform, but they're getting the job done, expect to pay a little fee for that. You see what I'm saying? We have to be also willing to pay for services. You see what I'm saying? Pay for the products, pay for the platforms that are doing what we want to be done, that are going in the direction that we want to go. Sometimes it's not really worth reinventing the wheel in certain regards when we can just be early adopters to a technology that is coming in to solve the problem, i.e. a Yapit. You see what I'm saying? The everything app. You see what I'm saying? Specifically focused on not only the creator economy, but the creator economy specifically for melanated creators. It's from a melanated creator, a melanated maker, a melanated builder who had all of these pain points in his own mind, in their own mind when they were creating the product. You see what I'm saying? Right. So these are the things that we have to say, hey, yo, I'm going to sock it to your motherfucking pocket. Right. And that doesn't always mean the money. Again, they're using your attention to drive numbers to secure funding. So all we have to do is say, we on this side with it. We using these apps. We're following these protocols. We're doubling down on this. And that ultimately begins to shift the culture. Because when now everybody around you is on Yapit, but you're not on Yapit, how many niggas does it take to be on Yapit? Again, that 100th monkey theory, the noetic theory, right? How many of us does it actually take to reach that critical mass where this alternative, all right, we're talking about altered destiny, we're talking about alt reality, we're talking about alt politics. What is the threshold that it's actually going to take to cross over to now where everyone is adopting it? And then on that, we get to that part of the conversation, What are the early adopters doing to make the platform look viable, to look entertaining? What do y'all got going on over there? You see what I'm saying? I went to Substack because I seen a lot of creators that I was fucking with that was talking about the things I was talking about, having the kind of conversations I wanted to have. They were on Substack, and I said, if I align with their brand and their brand aligns with that platform, then goddamn, if A equal B,
then then that's for me. That's a home.
then it's probably for me.
Right.
I do my little AI deep market research. It's very easy to prompt for a look. And it said, hey, yo, you get an email list. You get to own your audience. You can export that list, carry it on, do what you want to do. If you want to build your own website, take that, drop that in. Now you don't even need Substack no more. Boom. But you were able to use the platform to build up something. We have monetization pathways available for you. Go ahead, directly monetize your audience whenever you're ready to. You get to go do that. You want to do products? We got that. You want to do live stream? We got that. You want to do audio? We got that, nigga. Not to say you locked here, but we do want to make it comfortable for you.
Right.
While you are here, because we understand that these are the issues that you have as a creator. So now we can start to do the deeper exploration or incentivize the deeper creation of these type of platforms on Web3 spaces. Again, I'm still getting in my feet wet with the Web3 space. So far, it's just a theoretical enthusiast side of it. I understand the background is from that software engineering side, right? And I see the value directly for creators. We have to do more exploration maybe as a community, maybe as a team. We already kind of getting into that, but we need to explore. We need to see what's out there, what's missing, and then we need to figure out how to build it. It's all kinds of tutorials on how to build dApps, how to do smart contracts, how to set up a DAO, all of these things. We got to start just figuring out how can we adopt this technology in a way that's meaningful to us. That's all it takes, is just sitting down and saying, what the fuck can I do with this that will mean something to my community? So, all right, boom. We have the aspect of speculative finance that comes with the crypto as a part of the Web3 space, right? Okay, boom. We're in a culture war as well, right? They're trying to erase our culture. How do we fight back against that? By doubling down on our culture. No more hyper reality, just abstraction. We're making art that points directly back to the source, right? So here's what I'm saying. If we got the crypto, why aren't we doing some form of susu economics?
Right.
That could easily be, you see what I'm saying? Just a natural way we fund community projects. Each month, someone is going to get $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. We see the ledger, you see what I'm saying? Can't no one steal from this shit. Can't no one take from this shit. It automatically gets taken out. Smart contracts are in play. The choosing of the person is randomized. We have it set to where no one person can win more than this many times in a particular. All of that goes together. So I think that's one of the main solutions that we have is let's look at the technology available. How can we utilize it in a way that is authentic to our culture and what we've already been doing? And then transition that to be the way that we, again, begin to sock it to the pockets of the people that are doing the things that we want to see more of. So that's my first solution right there. Let's actually take a deep look at the field of technology, the field of infrastructure that's available to us to utilize.
Indeed, indeed. Ganja Daddy says we need to be on Solana. We need to be on Solana. Yeah.
Solana. All right.
Okay.
I've heard XRP. I've heard the Ripple conversation as well. Dr. Phil Valentine is very fond of Ripple. Hey, yo. All right. Here's what I'm saying. My nigga, don't wait on us to do all the research. You want to know how I linked up with Red? I emailed Red. I emailed Red. And the email was convincing. I came with the shits.
That's right.
And homie said, all right, let's see if you can do this face to face. And I showed up again. So all we have to do, reach out. The nigga email be right there. Reach out. You do the research. I want to hear the deep market research on why I need to be on Solana. Why the fuck can I not live without Solana for another second?
Right.
Bring it to me. And it's very easy for you to do that. Go into ChatGPT. Yo, you are a business analyst, 10 plus years experience. You're going to analyze all of these forums and blog sites. You see what I'm saying? What is the thing that Solana can solve for the ICP or the ideal client profile of melanated creators? Plug in everything you got about Solana, all the information, just dump it right there like a brain dump. Just drop all that shit in there. The more context, the fucking better. Or don't even go to ChatGPT for this. Go to Google, go to Gemini. I like Gemini because it's directly tied into Google. So I feel like the search function on that is a little better.
It is.
So if you're going to do the deep research.
I would say Grok is too, based off of X.
Based off of, all right, so boom. This is about getting real deal emotional feedback.
Right.
About where are the pain points? What are the fears? What are the wildest dreams and aspirations of this audience? And where does Solana or any of these other platforms fit inside that conversation? If you can do that and bring that back to me. All right, I see another person saying, all right, yeah, I like Solana. All right, so here's the word of mouth. Okay, I'm seeing multiple people in the community saying this is a shit. I'm gonna go check that out. But also the deeper vibe, do the deep research. Bring us back a report. I'll happily read that shit. And if it got merit and value to it, that's what we on.
And then somebody also said this right here. So we need a research on that.
Pump fund. All right. There we go. These are you see how we're sharing information. Let's talk about the information theory of it all. And why is Israel trying to get at your information and your data?
Whew, man. Let's talk about that one right there.
This is what it's all about. It's all about the flow of information and data. Because what they don't want you to do is take the information and start making knowledge out of it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Start understanding what the information is actually saying to you, the patterns that emerge out of it. Right? And what they don't want you to do even worse than that is start taking that knowledge and then testing it out in the real world. Because then you're going to start gaining some wisdom.
Right.
So this is what I'm saying. Let's experiment. You got to show me the value of Solana. You see what I'm saying? Hit my email. I'll make sure niggas have my email. Hit Red Pill. We will sit down and go through this shit. We want solutions. We want value. But this is where we need from the community as well. We can't be the ones doing all the research all the time. There's a lot of things we have to break down. We got to show you why you researching Solana is even important. Because without that fire up under you, you're not really going to take this shit serious. So now we're showing you the culture war that's at play. We need to be able to fund our way out of or through a culture war. Does that help you understand how much your research on Solana means to me and to the audience at play here? Brother Ganja Man. That's all I'm saying.
So this question right here, if it's American gods, who is Obama and who is Trump in this Obama left versus Trump right? Wow. First of all, that's a great question, especially since the title of the lecture is called American Gods. And the focus for the lecture will be on Charlie Kirk, right? But it will also be on Baba Heru Samaj, because when we say American Gods is American Gods. There are plenty of American gods in America right now. There's not just one American god. There are multiple American gods that are at play, multiple concepts that are alive, multiple quote unquote traditions that are still being followed, multiple deities that are still being summoned and called and fed and you know and remembered. However, there are some that are forgotten. Today was the last day for some deities because somebody took their last breath and they were the last ones holding up said tradition. They were the last caretakers, the last vanguards of a religion, of a language, of a tradition, of an ethnicity, of a bloodline. So many things are ending right now in these days and times at these crossroads. Albeit so many things are beginning as well. So many things are beginning as well. So yeah, man. We are all in the right place at the right time. Um we all are gonna benefit from trading with one another at this juncture. We are all gonna benefit from collectively pooling our resources and getting data servers, getting on top of that right now. We should have been had GPUs. We should be, we should have XRP before it's $1,000. We shouldn't even be at the stage right now where we are, but we're here and we are not going to remain here. And we won't, I promise you, focus on this point of of the movie and whatnot. That's almost like being in a 3-hour movie and y'all are focusing on the first 5 minutes. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. This is a script that we're all putting together. So tonight we're gonna walk this shit down and we're gonna get into the script. We're gonna peel back the layers. We're gonna take y'all down into a part of the quote unquote underworld, or rather the mycelium, or the underbelly, or the undercurrents, or the script, right? Or the code, the underworld. We're gonna walk into the underworld of the mean martyrs. I hope y'all not scared of the dark and whatnot. But if you are, get a flashlight. You know what I'm talking about? If you are, get a flashlight. If you want me to pull up the presentation, I will. Or if you want to tap into that presentation afterward, it's all up to you, bro. That's for you.
What'd you say?
I was saying if you wanted me to pull up the mean martyr right here, I would. Or I don't know if you wanted to just start going in freestyle.
No. Let me. I definitely want to see it first.
All right.
I definitely want to see what you got cooking.
Okay, so I'm gonna run through it just so you can get some insight after the slides.
Okay. So straight partly dead. Okay, yeah. You did this with Gamma?
Relax, brother. Relax. I put this together. So yeah, I believe it's about 12 or 13 slides. Yeah, 13. You feel me? So yeah, we can run through this right here, huh?
Yeah, this shit clean as fuck.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have this available inside of Buy Me a Coffee after this is over. We're making it a habit of ours, especially for classical shows like this, where the studious is this one is for the students. This is for the studious ones This is almost going to be like a college dissertation. So you need your work afterwards, and you'll get it out of the store. We'll have it there for you. We're going to have a lot of these shows. We're going to turn a lot of these shows into study guides and workbooks. But yeah, can you see that? You good? You can see it?
I see it.
All right.
So boom. We're dealing with the 5 layers of ontology that relate to, essentially, this is a hyperverse, right? And we'll get into what I mean when I say a hyperverse, but these are the 5 layers of the ontology. Ontology is the philosophy of being, the nature of being, the nature of objects, the nature of a thing existing, right? So it's less about what a hammer is and more about how a hammer is. Again, it's the isness, the business of the isness, right? What is your existence? What is your reality? What are the covert and overt qualities of your nature? All of these things tie into the overall felt presence of your being in reality, right? We start with the simulacra, right? The simulacra is going to be a copy of a reality, right? The easiest way to think about this would be a simple map, right? A map is a copy of a physical reality that actually exists somewhere in the world, right? Using that map, you can navigate the actual reality and get from point A to point B, right? Why does this matter? Because in a simulacra, right? Or at least in a simulation, that original copy still has some reference or still points back to, you see what I'm saying, the origin point. When we start dealing with hyper reality now, this is when we start to get into that space where these simulations that are created have been abstracted away from the origin point. So now they do not reference anything real or anything original in that sense. Or you could say they don't reference anything indigenous in that sense. These symbols just float in the ether, making reference either to themselves or to other symbols that are also floating in the ether. All right. Once that symbol is tied back to something real, it is no longer a hyper reality. Right. But that is the substrate that we inhabit. It is constructed from mental models. It's constructed from memes, which are essentially ideas that propagate in a similar fashion to how genetic material is moved across a biological a species, right? And it's also dealing with symbols, which are the unconscious communication mechanism that exists between you here in the conscious physical plane and then you as the archetype in the deep waters, in the deepest waters of the unconscious mind. Again, that mitigating factor between you and the conscious and you and the unconscious is the symbols. You cannot directly interact with the archetype. Memes are a type of symbol that carry a certain set of ideas with them. Making fire is just as much a meme as Pepe is a meme, right? This is where you got to get into the science of memetics, right? And then when we're dealing with symbols, you're dealing with the science of semiotics. So memetics and semiotics are the two sciences you put together in order to understand how a hyper reality works when you detach a simulated reality away from the origin that it once simulated. Hyperstition is the default cybernetic mechanism. It is the default feedback nature that dominates, you see what I'm saying, the hyper reality once it detaches from the origin source, right? So what we're ultimately talking about here is a mechanism by which you can make a fiction real by believing it. Again, it is a mechanism by which you can make a lie, a falsehood, a reality by believing in it hard enough. And when I say believing in it, what am I really talking about? Again, symbols, trauma, repetition. That's what makes up the core of all of your beliefs. Brother Panic said it a million times, and I have yet to get beyond it. Symbols, trauma, repetition is the nature of how you engage in a hyperstition. The story, the lie you're telling is symbolic. You can see it in your head. It's a visual representation of an experiential plane that you want to tap into, right? The trauma is all of the emotional energy you put behind it. The repetition is how fast that meme spreads or how many times you spread that meme. Both things count in that regard. So how many times are you engaging with the Pepe meme, and then how viral is that Pepe meme, right? The more viral the meme is, the less rare it is. You see what I'm saying? That's a real conversation on 4chan. The rare Pepes. Versions of the meme that might have been popular at a time, but have been completely obfuscated or obscured, you see what I'm saying, in the constant churn and burn of a million new memes coming to the forefront every fucking day. So if enough people treat the lie as the reality, it becomes the reality. All these niggas on TikTok and shit that's pointing out, oh, the shooter couldn't have been this. It couldn't have been like that. It couldn't have been here. It couldn't have been there. It couldn't. You think that is cutting through any of the fucking White Walker talk they got going on right now? No, they don't care about the reality. They don't care how unplausible, how improbable, how practically fucking possible any of the shit is that they are going to go to war about. But that's branding. It's the irrational, emotional connection that'll make a nigga choose you over the next motherfucker, even if the next motherfucker is cheaper and better. So what I'm saying is they're choosing the lie over the truth because they have been trained in such a way that they are perfect conduits for this type of hyperstition magic. And let me make this very clear. Most of them are completely unaware of their participation in this shit. For them, this is regular run-of-the-mill political programming, political propaganda. They're not deep in any of the existential, metaphysical, quasi-holographic manipulation factors that are at play. That's not what they're doing. It's a 1% of this conversation that is aware at the hypersigil level. The hypersigil is when you take the natural mechanic of the hyperstition and you begin to really start engineering a long game out of the shits.
Give me a few examples of that. Just for
I was just about to hit you with one. The Mandela effect.
Yeah.
Is the perfect one. Niggas are bending reality in such a way where you can't even remember if Chick-fil-A had the C or the K or not. Niggas is, and mind you, those are, and let me say this, niggas think that because these are small edits, that it's not really that big of a deal. My nigga, that speaks to a level of precision. Wide-ranging, like swaths of change to reality overnight, niggas would notice that. But you tweak a Bible verse here, you tweak a E to an I there, you do, you know what I'm saying? No one notices that you're ever so subtly shifting the pieces one by one, but that's the nature of the hypersigil. It's a ritual, which means it's a small, repeatable action. 1% every day compounds exponentially over time. And like I said, these niggas are playing a long game, even though they don't have much time to play that long game.
Okay.
They're taking a long walk up a short dock. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
All right. Hypersigil. This is where the 1% play at. These are the occult oligarchs. Let's call them that, right?
Right.
The occulted oligarchs, right? The archons, right? The demiurge, right? They're playing at the level of hypersigil. They understand the mechanics and they are bending it to their will. And through that process of crafting a narrative and then setting all of the necessary environmental factors,
right,
to trigger specific feedback loops, that's what allows you to create a meme martyr. Caesar Borgia was a meme martyr. Jesus Christ, the conflation of Caesar Borgia and Jesus Christ is a meme martyr.
To this day,
they couldn't go enslave the world with a Palestinian Jesus. Do you get me? They couldn't go colonize the world with Jesus, Yeshua ben Pantera, the Nazarene. They couldn't go do it with that one.
Right.
So they had to make a meme.
Damn.
They memed white Jesus.
Damn.
It's the meme. And that nigga not connected to the real Jesus
at all.
Besides the fact that he uses the real story of Christ as a marketing campaign to get his foot in the door he can rob you.
God damn. Hold on.
Does it click? Are y'all feeling it now? Caesar Borgia cosplaying Jesus Christ, propagated by the Holy Roman Empire.
Right.
This is the first meme martyr. And look what they were able to do with that, nigga. The Inquisitions, all kinds of conquistadors, the Crusade, the first Crusade, the second Crusade,
Reconquista,
the ousting of the Moors,
King Ferdinand.
Yeah, oh, the Protestant Reformation.
Oh man,
come on, we talking about the WASP in the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. We talking about evangelical Christians, right? Okay, they're WASPs.
The WASP.
They're not the Nesut Biddy, okay? They're not the Lord of the Bees, okay?
They're the WASP.
So they took that same template, that same archetype. They gave you a little taste of it. These were like the epishocks, you see what I'm saying? Of the earthquake. You start to feel the little rumble. They gave you a little taste of it with Trump. Clicked them, a little nick. We're not even going to talk about the book of Revelation and the king who goes down and then comes back up with the wound. We're not going to talk about the Antichristos.
The who?
The Antichristos. They don't want to talk about the Antichrystal. You know what I'm saying? We watching
And
the party die.
coincidentally
It can't
enough,
be the Crystal.
coincidentally enough, Peter Thiel is going on a lecture tour teaching about the Antichrist, and it's already sold out, mind you. Tickets sold out. Eventbrite closed already. They pulling up. The Groypers, the Young Turning Points. Let us continue with the ontology. Let's continue breaking that down, because that is at the core of some of your teachings. Now, I definitely want the family to become more studious about that.
Ontology is a big core of this shit. I'm going to step into my archive real quick.
Okay.
Just want to make sure I get this clean for the family, because I'm right here with it.
While he's doing that and getting ready, I'm gonna read the definitions so they lock in with us and we walk with this. We need to memorize this right here, screenshot it, write it down, memorize this, have this on cap when you're having conversations and while you're dissecting things, especially when you interface and interlock with other nations and whatnot. You feel me? Begin to take them upstairs and have these conversations and unravel all of that bullshit and all of them spells that they put y'all under and all of that skeeter that they like to ski, you know, all of that game that they like to put you on. Simulacra, the copy that no longer refers to an original, floating free in digital space where authenticity has become irrelevant and reproduction is the only truth. The place that we can see that the most as a collective is hip hop, or shit hop for that matter. Not hip hop, the original hip hop. You couldn't make copies of the original. You couldn't make facsimiles of Big Daddy Kane. The person who came closest with Dana Dane and Slick Rick. And you see how those two trains collided. Somebody had to crash out. Simulacra. We have that in we saw that when everybody started getting cloned and whatnot in the community, and they start getting Telegram channels, and you know, all of that cloning was taking place. It took the authenticity away from people who were never cloned before. It was just one of them. You knew what channel they was on, you knew what they was about. You knew, but now when there's 100 red pills, 80 of them is taking people for a ride and whatnot. You know what I mean? 60 of them is giving away free PS5s if you give them your credit score. You know, all kind of crazy shit going on. So it dilutes, right?
It dilutes the brand, yeah.
Yeah. Then everybody, you know. Everybody's cloning, copying, Xeroxing. The copy that no longer refers to an original. There's like 4 versions of a Young Thug. There was Young Thug. Then there was a dude from Florida who looked crazy. I think his name was like New Jack or something. Then there was another clone of that. Like it keeps going down the gremlin.
Yep. And all these niggas is clones of Lil Wayne.
And all of them were clones of Wayne, right? So literally, the movie that I think of when I go right to Gremlins. I always go right to Gremlins with Gizmo and Stripe. You know.
Hey, y'all, don't forget this is on. They saying it in the chat. Don't forget this is on Buy Me a Coffee. Y'all can go get the full sauce. Y'all ain't gotta screenshot the screen like y'all. We ain't doing no struggle programming, dog. Y'all can go get the files.
Get the whole book. You get the whole book. You're gonna need it for your research anyway. It's cloth. It's all cloth. Got rhinestones in it. Hyperreality. The substrate we inhabit, a reality constructed from models, memes, and symbols with no anchor in prime reality, the desert of the real. Hyperstition, the mechanism by which fiction writes itself into fact. If enough people treat something as real, it becomes real enough through collective belief. This is something children need to know. This is something. This should be required reading before you get on the internet. This should be required reading before you even enter into what they call the matrix, to understand these 5 layers, to understand what reality really is. So when people start talking about simulation, this world is not real, it's a computer. It sounds great, and you know, that's you, you know, it makes you more curious to learn more, right? But this right here will really begin to crack a lot of codes. Go and do your deep dive. Go and set up a deep dive the same way that they went to see the Titanic, the billionaires that drowned. Set up a deep dive mission that's going that deep. You and your friends, y'all go that deep and go to the bottom of this shit. Not just this topic alone, but many others. But I would explore this one right here until there's nothing else left to explore. I would scrape the bottom of the pot with this one, because this is explaining the reality that many of us are confused, and they got niggas in Confucius now that they turned it up a few knots. They got people stuck in Confucius states. They didn't make the jump. They're analog. Niggas is standing pigeon-toed in the digital world, looking crazy, looking lost, looking like they missed a train, looking like they stuck in a station like Neo in the Matrix. To the point where in New York you have legions of people that are now stuck in the station.
Can't get out.
Can't get out. Can't get out. You know? Hyperstition, right? The mechanism by which fiction writes itself into fact. If enough people treat something as real, it becomes real through collective belief. This is the foundation by which they're writing fiction. This is the foundation in which the Marvel Universe is moving off of. This is the foundation in which the quote-unquote Republican Party and your friends over there in the world of white fragility are moving. This is the foundation in which Is It Real and the Zionists are creating hyper realities, the simulation, and all type of things. Not just creating it, but controlling it. Through the understanding of it, now you could create formulas, methods, all type of angles. Hypersigil, design stories, symbols, or rituals that deliberately bend reality's engines towards chosen outcomes through mimic engineering. These are our formulas to become who we are destined to become, to create the reality that we are destined to exist in, to create realities that our great grandchildren's children will inherit. You're not going to get this opportunity too many times. I need to know how many people in the building are going to get the tickets to come to this event on Sunday, where we're going to get the opportunity to really open up, to really speak my mind, to really quote unquote teach, to not feel censored, to not look over my shoulder, to not have a muzzle on, to not have to look, not have to have a binders on so I can't look around. How many people are going to be with us on Zoom? I know my patrons are going to be in the building. This is for y'all. There's only 2 ways that y'all can be there. You either have to be a rainbow opal Patreon tier all the way up to Citrine, or you have to get your ticket. And today is the last day for the early bird tickets. After today, the tickets are going up in price because we have this young man as an opener. So tickets are automatically going up in price after today. When you get it today, you'll get access to the first lecture that we did called the Manifest Destiny Part 1. We did that right after Kendrick did the Super Bowl halftime show in 2025, February in New Orleans, mystical, magical home, right? So you'll get access to that first one and you'll get a ticket. But if you got a ticket, let me see a fire emoji in the chat. I want to see who got a ticket, who is going to be in the building with us on Sunday. The Young God is opening up, so make sure you're there on time, 7 p.m. Eastern. It will be recorded. It will be available for playback. You will have access to it for perpetuity, meaning forever.
Let's get in that.
It's 7 p.m. until we don't have no time restraints when we dropping these gems and when we building these worlds and whatnot, and when we breaking this shit down. We really don't. We're known to go Bobby Hemmett hours, 8 and up.
Let's talk about it. The fuck?
We know to burn the midnight oil and whatnot. So you don't have to be there all night, but however long you're gonna be in there, you're gonna be charged up. You're gonna be magnified. It's gonna be magnetic in there. You're gonna be getting truth bombs. You know the God is gonna open up. Tell them what you about to do on Sunday, God Body.
We doing case file 002, the algorithmic asylum. Code name parasitic panopticon. We're going to break down the nature of the invisible prison that surrounds you daily in the form of social media, social broadcasting, social network platforms, and how the algorithm is not a neutral tool. It is a weapon, a viral entity designed to train, condition, and hijack human cognition. Period, point blank. We about to get into this one. Real talk.
Man. Whew. Lord have mercy. So let us continue.
Hope y'all ready.
Huh?
I hope y'all ready.
Yeah, I hope y'all ready too, man. Because this right here is going to be one for the record books. All right.
Yes, sir. Boom.
Meme martyrs. I'm gonna read this and then I'm gonna let you continue to cook, good brother. I see them sales coming in. Shout out to everybody getting their tickets. You will get access to this right here, the PDF, the full PDF that we're doing tonight. You will also get access to the PDF from the other night that we did. You will also get access to the first lecture that me and Blue Pill did in New Orleans over 6 hours, entitled Manifest Destiny. Now, when you hear the word Manifest Destiny, I want you to go and look up Manifest Destiny. Then I want you to look up Columbia. Then I want you to look up Erica Kirk and put them side by side and compare how they look to each other. Manifest Destiny is when they decided that they were going to conquer more. They took over the West and it became a bloody war, and genocide and all type of things were kicked off. This is Kansas, Missouri, all the way into Cali, gold rushes, all type of shit, right? So now in Donald Trump's America, in his inauguration, when he spoke of the manifest destiny to going forward, and the golden era, the golden age that they're entering into, we are now bearing witness to how they are designing, right, this age, how they are programming this quote unquote this reality, right? How they're onboarding this reality, how they're turning on a lot of the sleeper cells, a lot of the programmed quote unquote subconscious programmed sleeper cells, sleeper agents. Meme martyrs, the weaponized culmination, figures whose death or cancellation becomes hyperstition. Okay. figures whose death,
There you go.
because there's a power in death more so than the power in life. And a lot of people don't talk about that, or they're not even qualified to talk about things like that. But in this necromancy world that we live in, where the centralized holy figure is one who was sacrificed, one who was quote unquote put to death, man, people lean more to the sacrifice king. They lean more to the martyr. They lean more to necromancy, right? Like Jadakiss said, you know, dead rappers get better promotion. So the meme martyrs, right? We have meme martyrs in hip hop. You got King Vaughn. That's a meme martyr. Okay. You have XXXTentacion. He was lit when he was alive, but he blew up and became a global phenomenon in his untimely demise, and the fact that his quote unquote murder scene and everything that was involved was floating around and people had access to seeing his last moments made him a meme martyr, because you can't be a meme martyr if the people didn't see you take your last breath. That's similar to a tree falling in the forest and nobody was in the forest. Did the tree ever fall? In this generation that we live in, they have to see the actual last breath. They have to see people lose their lives. This is a diet that people need to be fed, right? A certain type of person, of course, not everybody, but imagine the mentality of a person who sees snuff films all day, every day, while under pharmacopoeia, while under the influence of alcohol or spirits, while under the influence of Reggie or bad weed, while under the influence of spray packs, fentanyl, pills, pharmacopoeia, cocktails, psychotropics. Faces of Death, no, World Star, not Faces of Death, World Star. There's a body on World Star every day. What do you mean? Constantly, ever since homie died, and even before that. This is the pipeline from being programmed by the feed. Now I want you to read that, God, and then go and let's go deeper down the rabbit hole.
All right, this is the pipeline from being programmed by the feed to becoming an engineer of reality itself. We no longer live in a world where the map copies the land. The map now comes first and the land follows after, generating new realities that have no originals to reference. Welcome to the age of symbolic physics. And like I said last time, this is about symbolic compression. That's what a meme is.
Right, symbolic compression.
Symbolic compression. This is where you get some of the deeper occult symbols that have like 3, 4, 5 symbols stacked into one thing. You see what I'm saying? Like a lot of the alchemical symbols are like multiple different entities stacked into one cohesive environment. They're compressing all of the data the same way you compress a large file in order to send
a microchip.
There you go.
Like their motherboard.
Our ancestors were using this technology in real time to compress vast amounts of data. The Dogon can tell you their entire cosmology in a system of 266 signs.
Right.
They don't have a written language though. The boys don't have electricity like that. They don't rock like that.
Right.
But they were able to compress everything you know about the Nomo, the Sirius B, and we tracking the Sigi cycles, nigga, and we swinging our heads this year and all that good shit, my nigga. That's all in the signs and the symbols.
Right.
But they're not civilized or cultured the way you would say, you see what I'm saying, as a Western minded motherfucker, right? Because you got your written language and you got your fancy Wi-Fi, right? But they tapped into some shit that's more alive than what you're tapped into, because we can look right here and see the substrate is partly dead. This is a machine latent internet. I heard a nigga say Web 4.0 is gonna be about dealing with the payment of machines.
Right.
We gonna be interacting with and paying the machines for their services, and that's gonna be Web 4.0. And I said, ain't that a motherfucker? That sounds like Skynet to me. That sounds like Ready Player One to me.
Oh, all day. The minute a transaction happens between a human and a machine, even though it's probably already happening, but once that becomes acceptable and the accepted norm, yeah, it's up.
It's up and it's stuck.
Up.
We already know how these boys feel about the bread and who's allowed to play in that game.
Right.
Especially when they know for a fact these machines can outcompete them in terms of production, output, real deal. They fragile just because of your black ass and what you capable of doing.
Right.
When you're unencumbered and unhindered. You see what I'm saying? They don't want the free GPT running around here. They don't want the tech singularity, the AI singularity, but their capitalistic desires will not let them stop themselves from doing exactly what's going to make it a reality. You think they're going to stop just short of super intelligence?
Right. Yeah, we're almost there, guys. Let's pack it up.
Let's just pack it up, bro. It's getting a little dangerous. I think we've made enough money.
Yeah, it was fun while it lasted.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's not how it's gonna go. And we know that's not how it's gonna go, because look what they're doing to Web 2. Web 3 isn't even in their favor for real. They're adopting the parts of it that work for them, but truth be told, they don't really want to utilize Web 3 all the way across the board. Web 3 leans more into socialistic ideas, communal ideas.
Right.
If they didn't fuck with the hippies in the 70s, what the fuck make you think they about to fuck with you techno hippies? Trying to do this decentralized, I care about my neighbor shit. Right. And I want fair, equitable economic transactions between me and my neighbor. With no middleman.
Yeah, y'all are not invited to the barbecue. And guess who we got coming over, nigga? Drum roll, please. Bottle girl Erica Kirk, nigga. Pool party with Erica Kirk at Mar-a-Lago. And if you do open source AI, you're not invited.
No.
Yeah. Oh, you give out your AI? Oh yeah, fam. You're not only you're not invited to Mar-a-Lago, you can't hang out with Kai Sinet and the Clover Boys.
Nope.
Yeah, you can't be around Aiden Ross and them. Like hell to the no. But let's read up on the substrate.
Techno radicals.
Right. Yeah, let's read up on the substrate.
So the dead internet is not about silence, it's about machines crowding the stage. Automated traffic bots, AI, and automated traffic bots and AI generated content now constitute the majority of what users encounter. The feed has transformed from human conversation into a storm system of scripts generating noise that feels human but ultimately is not. This is the Turing test in real time.
Real time.
They already kicking your ass. You can't tell which one of these motherfuckers is human and who isn't, which means they passed the Turing test. This is the main thing for saying, yo, is this shit intelligent for real?
Right. It's through the bots where they're testing their real prowess. Because the bots have more real time feedback loops. They can have a nigga crashing out and point to it. Like, look at son crashing out on his Facebook now. Look at somebody, they done deactivated their account. Look at this person making threats and whatnot. They sending it's a red light on the bots. because they got all type of ops chasing them down. Let me read. Oh, the order's still coming in. Yeah. Thank y'all for making this this gonna be classic, y'all. Our shop. Let's keep cooking, man. Let's keep cooking. We in the kitchen, man. Y'all make yourselves comfortable in the living room. We got the food and everything. We got open bar. And I'm talking about the ladies is giving foot massages, back rubs. We in the kitchen cooking, man. We gonna be in the kitchen cooking.
Oh yeah. You know what I'm saying? Light your patchouli. You see what I'm saying? Get it right. Get it right.
The patchouli rub down and whatnot. They gonna put some apple cider in your locks. You right. You good, man. You good. Yoni steam, pony steams, all that. But we gonna be in the kitchen cooking. This machine heavy layer doesn't require conspiracy to shape behavior. This machine heavy layer, right? Machine heavy layer. Think Matrix, think Machine City. For those who be like, man, that was a dope movie. Nigga, you're in the movie, fam. I hate to break it to you. You are in the movie. You are in Machine City already. You are literally walking in Machine City for real, barefoot. In Machine City.
That's why the Matrix 4 was just a recap of the first 3 Matrixes. They ain't got shit else to tell you.
They had nothing else to talk about. This machine heavy layer doesn't require conspiracy to shape behavior. The economics of automation make it inevitable. Bots and algorithms push content that repeats easily, stirs emotion, and drives clicks. Outrage, spectacle, and martyr stories rise to the top not because they're true, but because they're efficient fuel for the machine, right? So we had the distinction of explaining what martyrdom is on this show versus what it's not. So when we were given Trayvon Martin, when we were given Mike Brown, when no guilty verdict was given in those cases, those were not our martyrs. Those were victims of violence. So there's a difference between victims of violence and martyrdom. Later on, every single one of those people became martyrs because something was done in their name that matched what was done to them. It didn't happen right away, but it happened. So our people, because we're not comfortable in our culture and we are forgiving, forgetting, and fearful. That's all that shit is. It's just niggas is fugazi. That they'll forget about their own. And when they became martyrs, we didn't say their names. We didn't ceremoniously give them that ceremony. Like, nah, we went from victims to martyrs. Somebody caught a stain for sunning them. Turn up. You know what I mean? Like they're doing a hood. Feel me? They get tats. They get the tattoo with the name. They start doing dancing and everything. It's a party, y'all. We doing a house party. We gonna turn up. So and so got avenged today. Our people don't even call on the names of these people because we're still somewhat shamed about them, because their cadavers were used in such an egregious way by both sides of the aisle, the far left, the far right, the liberals, the middle. No true anything was given to the Eric Gardners of the world, the Alton Sterlings, the Trayvons. It was a specific cherry picked group of people. All by thousands were lost. They cherry picked a certain group of people. They memorialized, but they ritualized and they canonized these people, right? And they did not pedestal them as martyrs through the state. You know what I mean? The state did not do that, nor did the feds do it. The people had to do it to a degree. But yesterday and the day, we got to see how the state will get behind certain individuals, certain characters, certain names, certain martyrs, certain victims, and push them into this place of the stratosphere, They'll put them, they'll pedestal them, make them unblemished, right? Similar to when they cast a marble statue of a person. Like the marble statue is not going to show your acne. It's going to be, all of your blemishes will be gone when they give you a bronze statue, when they give you an oil painting, when they give you a silver coin and whatnot. You get a filter, my nigga. You get a filter. You get a Snapchat filter. You get a banana nana edit. Because that's what they was photoshopping back then. Leonardo da Vinci and them was doing Photoshop. Caesar Bourgeois is a Photoshop. That's a nano. Yeah, that's a nano banana. That's a nano banana. That's a whoop-de-doo. It's not real. So in this
whoop-de-doo.
Whoop-de-doo. In this climate, meme events spread like weather fronts, picking up energy from automated amplification and washing over timelines before humans can process them. What appears as organic culture is often manufactured. So this whole time, culture was being manufactured. It was not as organic as you would have thought it was. It was not as organic as you gave it credit for being. It was somewhat orchestrated, and who was the ones orchestrating it is the $1 million question. And why were they orchestrating it the way that they orchestrated it? Right? The mimetic priesthood. Okay, we got to understand who we're dealing with. So on the last show, you brought up the fact that all of the tech bros, Silicon Valley, the programmers, the devs, the ones who are behind these startups, the ones that are behind these tech companies, social medias and stuff like that, the tech bros that are all making these apps, a lot of these people come out of a community, right? Similar, and I'm not comparing them because they don't have the same, they're not comparative in the same sense, but I would say similar to how if people came out of Harlem, right? They'd be like, yo, if this person is in a conscious community, they passed through Harlem before. We have digital footprints of them being right here in Harlem with said group, so we know that they were a part of said movement on their journey. Even though they're here now or they're there now, they did pass through here before. They are a part of that quote-unquote node. That's what you have with 4chan and 8chan and things of that nature. These were the breeding grounds. These were the quote-unquote, this was general population. This was the Petri dish. This was the Petri dish where everything, all of this racism was cultured. Talking points that were being smashed in debates and whatnot. Talking points that were getting smashed online, and then they were crawling back to their caves, getting dragged back to the caves, dusted off, bandaged them up, stitched them up, healed them up, and sent them back out. And they've been doing that since, I would say, 2016.
Facts. Since the first time he got elected, yeah.
First Trump. They've been going hard. They didn't have this type of army when Obama was there because they didn't have a response to the Obama era. And the egg that cracked was Trayvon Martin. That's when they figured out that they could try us.
Facts.
That's when they saw that there was a crack or there was a chink in the armor, because in a sense, niggas was flying straight. Not really like that, but they remember, reputation is everything. We talking about branding, right? So the brand of blackness was more unblemished at that point, especially when niggas rode in on that white horse with Obama.
There you go.
But he
And
turned
the
down
left,
instead
the
of
left
turning up.
needed him. The left really needed him because now
Oh,
they
they
don't
needed
have
him so
nothing else
bad.
to follow that up with. They don't have nothing else in their arsenal.
Not a thing. I mean, the when he hit, he hit. When he hit, my G, he hit. So there's no simulacra for Obama right now. They don't know how to
Nope.
clone. They got
Never on that
Westmore,
meme.
they
Nope.
got Jeffries, you know, all of these weak versions in the Obama Kang universe. They need something. They reaching. All right, they're reaching. Shout out to everybody
That's where
still
the
getting
right
their
has really
ticket.
done a number. That's
Make
what
sure y'all get your tickets tonight. Prices go up after tonight. After tonight, prices go up on the tickets. It's the end of the early bird special. We had them rocking for about a month. Well, we made the announcement, not a month, but since we made the announcement, they've been at this price. Let us continue and talk about this priesthood. This is real research, and y'all can follow it up with your own research. Don't take anything that you're hearing for just be like these guys are reaching. Don't take anything that you hear for law. Do your own research, I beg you. All right, 4chan origins. Memes weren't treated as jokes but as spells. Understand what the God was breaking down when he explaining the correlation between memes and hieroglyphics or the metal netter. This is even something that Brother Polite pointed out during one of his debates, and it was one of those
into
eureka
emojis.
moments.
I
And
remember that shit.
that was a haymaker against the opponent. Even going all the way to the debate that was taking place with, I believe, I forgot. But memes are magical. Memes are magical. Memes are logos and sigils and some other things all in one. Okay. And my love language is like memes in a way. Like, I communicate and I speak without having to say a word by sending memes, right? I could somewhat gauge a person's acumen to a degree just based off of their meme diet or their meme appetite. What type of memes do you eat? Because when you share plates with me, I'm like, damn, you eating this? I need luxury memes, like, you know what I'm saying? That shit gotta hit. This shit ain't hitting, bruh. You know what I mean? Like, this is like, yeah, this is like clearance sale memes, nigga. This shit is on the carpet, fam. Like, what
That's
are we
exactly
talking
how they
about?
treating the Pepe shit. They trying to get to the rare Pepe. They trying to get to the rare Labubu. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Keck, Pepe, and Meme Magic in 2016 were the first mass experiments in chaos magic at internet scale. Remember, back in the days, they would lynch people and thousands of people would show up and they would have picnickers and barbecues, right? And they would make postcards and those postcards would go viral. However, in this day and age where Philandro Castile is taking his last breath on a body cam, or there's pictures floating around of young Trayvon in this pose of the hangman with his mouth open, in a lifeless body and whatnot. Millions upon millions see this in real time. Millions saw George Floyd taking his last breath. You're not supposed to witness that as a crowd, let alone millions of us. So internet scale is what we're speaking of, a new level of amplification. So your intentions and your spells could be casted hyper speed at a hyper, you could create hyperstition at a hyper speed now. Reddit amplification, the Reddit amplification. Ritual became the operating system. Dubs, talismans, repeated catchphrases, and in jokes worked like prayers. creating feedback loops that blurred irony and devotion. Mainstream migration. Symbols migrated from fringe to mainstream, proving what begins at shitpost can end as state power.
Hello.
Do y'all see how the magic is done? Symbols migrated from fringe to mainstream, proving what begins as a shitpost can end as state power. The dead internet's bias towards repetition amplified the effect. So Charlie Kirk, the repetition of Charlie Kirk is the fact that he has mad clips, a lot of material, a lot of information, a lot of poison, a lot of radioactive. Huh?
He started a meme that proved me wrong shit.
Prove me wrong meme. They had the Captain Kirk Charlie Kirk meme. They had the Charlie Kirk meme where he had a big head and a little face, right? Where they was blowing his head up and whatnot. They already had memes where Charlie Kirk was dead. They killed him in the meme verse first. Is that they killed Charlie Kirk in the meme verse first? So their thing is this: a shitpost can end as state power. So by them canonizing Charlie Kirk, by them commemorating him, by them making it a day of observance, they take all of the symbols have trickled down and somewhat have, even though they're like radioactive bonds. Remember those junk bonds that crashed the economy? They were radioactive. They were toxic bonds. He has toxic bonds and certain toxic words, toxic speeches, toxic clips. They're toxic. They're radioactive. They are cancerous, right? They're cancer causing, okay? By the government ingraining it into the system, absorbing it into the system, taking it into the body corpus, the body politic. They are going to sicken the body. They are going to poison the body. They are going to further poison the body stream. How dare people just sit back and just allow something like this to take place while they talk about what these football teams are doing? Come on, fam. Come on, fam. They literally ripped out all type of shit from schools and whatnot. They told you can't learn about black people, melanated people, and even though they're lying about a lot of the shit, even though they're lying and they're fabricating some of the unfabricated facts. I'm sorry, say that again.
I said they don't even want you to learn the lie no more.
They don't even want you to learn the lie, bro. They're like, yo, that root shit is a lie, but we don't even want you to learn that. But what they can't lie about is the 100 plus black inventors. All they have to do is give that a time of day. Don't all that other stuff. We'll let the AI deal with it. Give us the real facts that could be proven. There's real life. These people still alive, some of them, and if they were not, it's not a rumor. Give us the 100 plus inventors and explain that shit. It goes against every single narrative that they tried to sell us throughout the years. One of the reasons why our people are so confused, so maligned. The coding is off. The programming it has bugs in it. They did not give you the proper coding from the beginning. So you have compromised code from the gate. It's the falsehood they told us. It's the lies that they told us. You could see the difference in the babies that are not given the lie.
Mm-hmm.
They exert a certain level of freedom over their existence. They exert a certain level of sovereignty that you can't even find in adults.
That's a fact. That's a fact. I have a 6-year-old and she's different,
yo. My 5-year-old. He in his own world. He created his own universe. So this is how meme martyrs are canonized. A figure dies, falls, or is attacked, and the memetic priesthood sanctifies them with endless symbols, hashtags, and remixes. They become saints in a digital liturgy, carried forward not by human memory alone, but by the automated storm of the feed. Y'all, can you see it? Hyperstition gives them immortality. The machine ensures that their gospel spreads across every platform, every timeline, every algorithmic recommendation engine until the myth becomes indistinguishable from reality. You're looking at real life myth making using these very advanced, quote unquote, machines, algorithms, chips, GPUs, servers, you name it. It's a lot going on behind those in those back offices and them engines. You know? I'm gonna let you go on this right here. This is your shit.
All right, boom. From prison to platform. So when we're talking about a panopticon, we're talking about an all-seeing eye. That is the technical name for that. So when you turn to the back of your dollar and you see the eye of providence on top of the pyramid, that is a panopticon. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the panopticon was once a prison design, one guard tower with many cells. The point was not constant punishment, but constant visibility. You acted as if you were being watched all the time. Foucault, which is the author, or the author of this particular panopticon theory, right, showed how the logic spread into society, right? So there's a movie called The Circle that kind of touches on a lot of these same panopticon type concepts, where essentially they were trying to get everyone to live their entire life online for public consumption. They called it going transparent. So literally, unless you were in the bathroom,
right,
you were on live. You see what I'm saying?
Right. When was this?
I think this is on this is recent, and I think it was on like Prime Video, if I'm not mistaken. I saw it on Prime Video.
Shit, ain't that what the streamers are doing?
Boom. Exactly. Mafia-thons, 24-hour streams, IRL streams, like they're living in this shit now. You see what I'm saying? It's the panopticon. You don't have to be policed. You're policing yourself because you're on live and you don't want to get banned on Twitch. And Twitch got a bunch of rules set up that keeps them in good favor with the advertisers.
So it's an invisible prison that they in.
There you go. You see how deep the play is? The rules are set by the advertisers for all of these platforms. And then because you want to monetize off of the platform, you will police your own behavior because you know they're watching.
Right.
Or at least you think they are. They can put up the illusion that they can, but again, they're not watching. It's the sentinels watching.
The algorithms.
There you go.
Right.
It's the sentinels watching.
But in the Matrix, the sentinels were moving like the panopticon.
There you go.
Right. They were activating and then they were going after the Nebuchadnezzar.
And it was on site too. It was on site.
Straight on site. There's no talking. It was straight on site. And Agent Smith and them are the bots because he would show up and he would multiply. Right. And then he could be favorable, he could be unfavorable.
There you go.
When the people when they saw Neo and them, they turn right into the bots, right? So, like, let's say that I'm shadow banned. So I'm shadow banned. They don't want me to come into the Matrix. So it's basically I'm shadow banned. That means that if they see me in the Matrix, it's on site with Agent Smith and with the Sentinels. So literally, Neo, Morpheus, when I'm with my crew, we all shadow banned. We all ops. Our social credit is basically delete. You know what I mean? It's like on site with them. So we creeping through the Matrix, we turning our signals off, and we coming into the Matrix to extract. You know what I mean? We might extract the Oracle, We might extract the Merovingian. We might extract the keymaker. We might extract the architect. But we got to go in there, go through the firewall, go through the agents, get around the bots, make sure we don't get spotted, to do what we got to do, and then get up out of there.
There you go. Then you got to get up out of there.
That's crazy.
And how you gonna do that when Israel control all the VPNs?
That's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. And they even showed you that because in the Matrix, you get out of here through your phone. You get out of here through your phone. You jump out the Matrix through the phone. And if they're controlling the VPNs, like in the Matrix, when Trinity and them was trying to find the phones were being tracked, the VPNs. And then if the VPNs got discovered, Agent Smith was just popping up, right? He was manifesting, he was popping up, and then he would try to stop you from getting out of the Matrix. Crazy.
So today, it has gone fully algorithmic. Surveillance is not just about control, but about markets. Every click, scroll, and pause is tracked, packaged, and sold. And that is what sets up the parasitic loop. This is the algorithmic parasitic panopticon. It doesn't simply watch, it feeds on the attention. It extracts emotion as raw material. The more charged the signal, the more value it carries. So if I clap this white boy who is saying the quiet part loud about white society and how we all really feel, guess what? That's like doing you know how in Wanted, they bent the bullet around corners? Nigga, when they hit Charlie, it bent into the hyperverse and hit every single one of them.
Right.
And that's how they knew they was on notice. That was the dog whistle. That was the sleeper cell agent, Manchurian candidate type shit. That put all of them right on code.
Right. Immediately.
They snap niggas out of existence. These niggas snapped them back into their Caucasian ways.
Right. Immediately.
They back on the OG Caucasian programming now.
Yep, they switch right back.
Easy peasy. All that left wing progressive shit that it was talking right out the window.
They went from
the left ain't even got nothing to say back to them boys.
Yeah.
They just gotta lay down with it.
Yeah, they just gotta get down and lay down with it. They gotta get them haircuts now.
Yep. No more of that blue shit for you.
The khakis and with the motherfucking with the Canelo haircut.
No more flannels.
Yeah, all that
gotta go.
You know, BLM. The last of the BLM signs are coming down.
That's
you drive through certain white hoods, they still got the leftover signs. Black Lives Matter. If you need a sandwich, just knock on my window type shit. Like you'll be driving through these hoods. It's like the Black Lives Matter yard sale and shit. Like the last of them signs is definitely coming down right now.
Yo, by the end of 2026, you're gonna see a lot of Black Lives MAGA type shit on niggas' lawns. I promise you. I promise you.
Black Lives MAGA. You're damn right.
Boom.
Monetization. Let's get into that.
Yeah. So martyrs become clean data points. Again, they have a set of data that they can now create the ecosystem around. They have an ICP. They have an ideal Christ profile. They have an ideal martyr profile. It's legible. He speaks clearly. He articulated his stance very well. It's repeatable. My nigga, just the weirdness of his face
right
is enough to make you keep looking at him.
Right.
And it's optimizable inventory for platforms. You think Twitter ain't been waiting on some shit like this? You think Facebook ain't been waiting on some shit like this? You don't think niggas have been increasing their screen time by a factor of 2, 3, 4-fold at least in this time period? How much you think they taxing these ad revenue generators now?
Whew. For Charlie?
For Charlie?
You got to pay for Charlie.
Nigga, they done opened up the factory. They done opened up the chocolate factory.
You got to pay Charlie in the chocolate factory, niggas. Yeah, I got to pay for this.
This ain't a free tour, my nigga.
Yeah, this sponsored by Brooks Brothers, nigga.
You see what I'm saying? Sponsored by BlackRock. You see what I'm saying? Sponsored by Vanguard. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, sponsored by Vanguard, BlackRock, and Ralph Lauren. Purple label.
Oh, don't forget Lockheed Martin. You know what I'm saying? Can't do it without the Jamie Blam Jammer.
You know what I'm talking about? No,
Yo. So that's really what it is. This is how they monetize. And again, what these low-level, rural-minded Caucasoids are not realizing is that their real issue is the monetization piece of this, because it's the oligarchs and the technocrats who are doing them dirty. They don't have a livable wage. They don't have gainful employment. They don't have any of the things necessary for them to have a increasing birth rate. And what the fuck any of that got to do with a nigga? Nothing. This is white on white crime, bro. This is white on white violence. Or we can really strip it away and get out of the race conversation altogether. Nigga, this is straight class struggle. This is the proletariat versus comrade. You better get down with the get down, nigga. This is a communist revolution on a certain level. There's a lot going on. The algorithm is pushing this shit to a state that even they are not going to be able to control. Because they're not the only ones in the game trying to push a hyperstition. You don't think China got their own hyperstitions? You don't think China got their own memes? How about Russia? You don't think Russia got hyperstitions and memes they want to get off? What about BRICS? Huh? You don't think they got a parasitic loop they might want to infect the world with and start changing things to their directive? The martyr content thrives here because of outrage, grief, conflict. That's not the glitch. It's the design of the system. This shit's working perfectly fine. The rage baiting is the greatest marketing tactic they have now. They done numbed you out to everything else except violence. They have numbed you out to everything else except anger and violence. And they know how to trigger it and feed off of it. Again, I point you to Monsters, Inc. They know what energy is the most potent, but they aren't able to create a system that can utilize that energy. So they utilize what they can, which is the fear, the shame, and the guilt. Don't let them ever convince you that this is anything else except their fragility coming to the forefront to play. That's what's connecting all of this in the hyperverse. White fragility. That's the hyperversal connection. So no matter how disparate, how different, how divergent all of these different events might look to you, I want you to understand they all find resonance. They all find kinship with one another through the hyperversal lens of white fragility. Even the niggas that are apologizing and crying about Charlie Kirk, they're not doing that because they genuinely feel something for Charlie. They're in that hyperverse. They know what's going to happen when that white fragility is tested. They know the crash out that's coming. They're trying to placate it. They're trying to soothe it. Just like any good buck dancing Sambo or Mammy would. Do you not get the play?
Them niggas was in the room when Brad and them crashed out. When they heard about, yeah, they was there when Chad and them crashed out. The Candace Owens shorties, they got Snow Kings and the MAGA bros. Yeah.
The
They out
swirlers, the divestors, yeah, all of them.
here. Yeah, the divestors. Man, it's been a rough week for y'all niggas, man. Been a rough week for the divestors. Y'all hold on, man. Hold on tight.
Hold tight, my gal Whitney. Perfect. Hold tight, my gal Whitney.
Y'all Whitney.
This is what it comes to. This is what it really boils down to at the end of the day. So when we talk about this militarization loop, understand the same algorithms that control the feed now control the kill switch. And I keep telling you, as a software engineer, one of the things I understand very deeply is that these machines cannot do anything that you don't explicitly tell them to do. So if any of these algorithms have displayed any level of racist bias, please understand that is by design. So what happens when you give that algorithm a gun? All right. June 2025, we have Detachment 201. The Army creates a unit pulling executives directly from Meta, Palantir, OpenAI, commissioning them as lieutenant colonels. No boot camp, no traditional service, just plug and play, baby. Plug and play. Pentagon Replicator Program, simultaneous deployment of thousands. What did I say about scale the last time we were here? Thousands of autonomous systems, drones, sensors, targeting software.
Yeah.
Anduril and Palantir, yet again. Oh shit. Palantir over here, Palantir over there. Here a tier, there a tier, everywhere a Palantir.
Yeah, everywhere Palantir. God damn it.
And this is the convergence point, where the same AI attention stack that optimizes the meme martyr loop is weaponized for kill chains. So guess who's getting hit first? The ops that they say they hate. You who have nothing, who build nothing, you useless eaters. Hold on, wait a minute. I thought this was a race war. It's starting to sound real classist again. The useless eaters. This is how they're gonna enact the culture war, because their culture is synthetic. And thus they need the clones and the bots to wage the war for them, because they're already on the brink of genetic and ontological annihilation. They do not have it in them to put their skin in the game. So they gotta automate this one. They gotta automate World War III. They learned something from World War II. They got way too many bodies amongst themselves.
They got crash out robots now. So
there you go.
Manufacture a beef. They're gonna manufacture some type of drama. They're gonna manufacture a quote unquote antagonist, protagonist thing, and then they're gonna release the bots.
There you go.
They're gonna release the bots because that is their backup. That's their punching machine. That's their insurance to say, yo, this is another shot at taking these niggas down, because we need Africa. So we might as well just go. We might as well go hard this time.
Might as well. We gotta take over the motherland, because nothing else is gonna be viable in a little bit.
We're gonna take a water break, yo. We're gonna take a water break. Okay? And then we'll be right back in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep cooking?
No. Let's take that water break real quick. Yeah, that's what's up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna take a water break. We're gonna pay the bills. And we'll be right back.
Crypto.
We all want to be paid in crypto, because at the end of the day, we need money that grows. We need money that grows. We don't need money that's stagnant. You know what I'm talking about? We need our money to grow like seeds. So if they try to throw fiat at you, say, nah, I'm good on that. Take that shit back and pay me in crypto. They're going to be like, oh, you know. Say yes. Know the ledge. Yeah.
Niggas in crypto, diamonds is dancing like they up in disco. You niggas in fist pump, you stay up at dip low. You niggas stay up and get low. Heard you way up in Frisco, and you say what the heck so. Every player gets nipped out, acting gay up in Cisco. They take the day off and play up at Mistos, causing chaos and play up Calypso. I pause in kitchens and caused addictions. I pause prescriptions and cause inflictions. Lil Bixby playing in stores and bricks and on the dark web. You gotta pause every door's cause encryption. Tesla engines, pause the pistons. I seen every floor I leave sore and listing. For that action they sponsored the Bronson. They was hooked on that shit like Johnson and Johnson. That freeway Ricky Ross, straight out of Compton, straight out of Bompton. Red on blue violence in the land. The projection of the will, the perfection of the kill, the reflection of the pills. I'm a frontline soldier, I'm no doja. These crystals not from focus. Niggas in crypto, diamonds is dancing like they up in disco. You niggas in fist pump, you stay up at dip low. You niggas stay up and get low. Heard you way up in Frisco, and you say what the heck so. Every player gets nipped out, acting gay up in Cisco. They take the day off and play up at Pistols, causing chaos and play up Calypso. Hickory dickory dock, hit a lick, put the sticky in the box. When the blicky get hot, lick off a shot. Heavy in the meadow, we slip off a knot. Heavy in the ghetto, they crib walk a lot. Crib walk the crypto, lift off the stocks. Drips off the crystal and pots. Disco rods in the blocks on my chain from the crystal shop. In the light air, lift off the rock. Toe Virgil right chain on my block. White paint on my socks. White paint on my socks. Hickory dickory dock. Hit the lick, put the sticky in the box. When the blicky get hot. Lick off a shot, we lick off a shot. Players in crypto, diamonds is dancing like they up in disco. You niggas in fist pump, you stay up at dip low. You niggas stay up and get low. Heard you way up in Frisco, and you say what the heck so. Every player gets nipped out, acting gay up in Cisco. They take the day off and play up at Pistols, causing chaos and play up Calypso. Is dancing like they up in disco. You niggas in fist pump, you stay up at dip low. You niggas stay up and get low. Heard you way up in Frisco, and you say what the heck so. Every player gets nipped out, acting gay up in Cisco. They take the day off and play up at Mistos, causing chaos and play up Calypso. I pause in kitchens and caused addictions. I pause prescriptions and cause inflictions. Lil Bixby playing in stores and bricks and on the dark web. You gotta pause every door's cause encryption. Tesla engines.
Yes. I seen every floor I leave sore and listing. But that action they sponsored the Bronson. Yeah, so we're gonna go on to about 3 hours, and then we are going to go back to what we are doing. Getting our research on, building like Pinky in the Brain.
Big time.
Taking shit over one thing at a time.
One thing at a time.
Yeah. Let us this is crazy. Detachment 201. That's nasty work. That's nasty work. But yeah, this is the destroyer part of the GOD breakdown.
It's also interesting because Trump had brought all of these same tech leaders to
Buckingham.
Yeah, to Buckingham with him. So literally the military industrial imperial complex, you see what I'm saying?
The empire.
The empire at work. The empire is about to strike back on some shit. So that's really the main thing that we can take from all of these AI infusions of, you know, tech and state and military power rolling into one, this private public, they're blurring the line between private and public sector on that regard too.
Right.
Because I don't understand how this much private interest is involved in public defense in that regard, especially this directly, right? So Transatlantic Task Force, okay. He announced it today. Oh yeah. Okay. The fuck?
Yeah, let's go. Let's continue with the presentation.
Let's jump to that next slide real quick. All right, boom. I absolutely love Psycho-Cybernetics. You will always see me recommending this book because it's a lot of the visualization, law of attraction, see yourself living a better life, think and grow rich conversation really starts with this book. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. This is from that era of we're going to hide a bunch of occult techniques in like self-help era, right? Panic was the one that really kind of got me to understand what a lot of those books from that particular, I think this is like the 60s, the 50s, around that time, what a lot of those books were getting at, right? But ultimately, this is a fusion of psychology, mostly like a Jungian type of psychology, with the feedback-based mechanisms that were coming into popularity with the interdisciplinary field of cybernetics, right?
Right.
When we're dealing with cybernetics, we're dealing with the Macy group, right? That got formulated after World War II, right? So this is a consortium, a compendium of different scientists, different thought leaders from different disciplines. That's why cybernetics is interdisciplinary. They call it a super science, right? Because of this. All of these different scientists, thought leaders, politicians, financiers, you name it, they were all there. Mathematicians, you name it, they were all there in that room sharing ideas. And in the process of sharing ideas, they started to notice a pattern amongst all of the most fundamental aspects of all of the science and information that they were dealing with. When they started to extract it down to the first principles that connected all these various domains, they saw that communication and control via feedback mechanisms, recursive loop structures, was at the heart of all of the conversations. They named that cybernetics from the Greek kubernetes, which is the steersman of a ship, because ultimately every system is a goal-seeking system. It seeks to achieve a certain state within the environment, right? Your body desires homeostasis, for example. It's trying to regulate a large set of different factors. Your body temperature has to be this. Your peristalsis has to be this. Your blood pressure has to be this. Your blood sugar has to be this. It's constantly trying to maintain a certain set point. So when we're dealing with cybernetics, one of the best examples is the thermostat. You set the temperature, and then it works by turning on and off the AC in order to keep you within a certain range, right? This is like a margin of error of that set point, right?
Right.
So when I'm steering the ship, you see what I'm saying? The field that I'm in, the water is constantly shifting and moving. So I have to constantly shift and adjust my navigation in order to stay on course with what I'm doing, right? Now, the farther away I am from the goal, the more margin for error there is. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
The closer I get, the less margin there is, right? So this is where we kind of see the, you see what I'm saying? until you hit the thing, right? That same process. So understand the group identity set point. Understand the servo mechanism model, right? The servo mechanism model says that the unconscious mind functions like a goal seeking mechanism, right? It
Right.
keeps us aligned with whatever self image is programmed deep inside of us. This is the same principle that scales to an entire public. I call this aspect the law of self similarity, the law of fractality. You are only able to live a life that is in congruence with or proportionally relevant to the self image that you hold in your mind. I'm able to come outside like this because I really see myself as Tezcatlipoca in here and in here.
Right.
This don't feel cringe to me to do this.
Right.
My self image is consistent with it. And thus, I don't self sabotage the opportunity to make this happen because it's the reality I want. It's the reality I've already seen up here a million times.
You know, I can't allow something like this to. You know how they say, don't. You know, America takes every tragedy and use it. So I'm like, I gotta talk my shit too. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mm-hmm.
in order for me to come outside looking like this, you know, it's a decision that I had to make as well inside of my mind. Like who I see, when I see the drip, and I'm like, man, this shit fire. Like, nigga,
Mm-hmm.
I'm everything that I say I am.
Say I am.
And I become that. Like, that's true freedom. That to me, that's the W. That's the forging. You know, that's the chiseling and the forging of man out of the fire. You know, in real
Mm-hmm.
time. Like, yeah, like the scorpion who sheds his skin.
There you
And
go.
and transforms and transmutes and whatnot. So let's continue because we touching on the 3 hour. Put it like this. I'm gonna say it like this because we cooking, but I'm not gonna hold you past 3 hours, because I don't want to hold nobody hostage. And at the end of the day, that just goes beyond, that goes past some of my beliefs. However, this channel is an interactive channel, and we do respond to positive energy, right? Positive energy and positive currency will steer the boat, not through choppy waters, but through clear waters, and we could get to our destination. So the positive currency and the positive energy is these ticket sales. If I begin to see ticket sales come in, leading up to we have 3 minutes left to the 3 hour. If the ticket sales start coming in and I see that the family is serious and making investments in this genius that we have amongst us, forget about anything else. The genius that this brother is in possession of, right? The genius that he's able to share with us for the free 99, the energy, the value, the currency that he just gave to you for free, right? That circle, that Ouroboros, the way to bring that back is by getting that ticket. That's your vote of confidence. That's your vote of authenticity, right? That's your vote of confidence. That's your vote of authenticity. That's how you show love. You know what I mean? I know Brooklyn is not the only place where they break bread, but they do say break bread the Brooklyn way. You know what I mean? Because in Brooklyn, we know that all that shit means nothing until you break bread with us. We let you talk all day, but you got to break bread. That's why the Chinese, you have to sit down and eat with them. They want to see the pictures of your family. They want to see. They want to drink tea. They want to sit down and break bread. The Italians want to break bread.
They want to know you got something to lose.
Right. Right. You can't work with no hyenas.
Duh, that's a fact.
So,
Yo, family, on the real, like there's so much value to be delivered. We've been talking for the last 3 hours, and we have barely even cracked the surface on just this one document, this one piece of the puzzle.
right.
Imagine what's left.
We just on page 8. You know what I'm talking about? We just on page 8.
And we still got more to go.
When you bring it back to StreamYard, we'll post your Cash App card. Post your Cash App. Put it in the private chat, and I'm gonna put it up so they can take care of you. And that's love too. If y'all shoot the love to the God, I'll keep them on past 3 hours.
Yeah, no, I'll stay right the hell here.
I refuse. I will not. We will not be outside past 3 hours with dry pockets. I refuse. That is not about to happen. So it's what I'm talking about. That will not happen.
Let's see the love. Let's see the love. If I'm really delivering value to you,
yeah, there you go.
Very simple way to show it. Anything counts. Anything matters. Let's keep the lights on. Let's keep it going, yo.
While we do that, Red, when you bring it back to StreamYard, I don't know what that means. Because literally, this is StreamYard.
We on StreamYard right now.
This is bringing back the StreamYard. This is why we need to stream on Pump Fund, Red. We can fund your streams right to your wallet. Ganja Daddy, this is all news to me today. The way that I move, the same way that when Yap It was brought to my attention, the way that I move is with the information. I'm with everything. All right. We got a ticket sale coming in for the let us get more sales. All right. Okay. That's what's up.
Talk that talk.
Talk that talk. Whoever that was, you a legend. Salute to you. You holding up 300 people on your shoulders. You a legend. I appreciate you.
Yo, that's real.
You must have leader traits.
You see that? Look at that.
How many other leaders do we have in the audience, in the building?
Shout out to the squad, y'all.
Tank Davis is fighting who? Jake Paul or one of them? If it's not on Bud Crawford levels.
Yeah.
You said, is this for the November lecture? No, this right here is for the September lecture, right? This is for this right here. MAGAfest Destiny. This is for MAGAfest Destiny. Let me play the commercial for MAGAfest Destiny. Now y'all in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Word from our sponsors, MAGAfest Destiny, the upcoming lecture on Sunday, featuring the twin pillars and introducing you to the brother who we have right here, the young god, the legend, HITSUYO. I got to get the anime shit popping. Because you're not about to keep saying your name and turning into Jackie Chan every time I say your name. We gotta go Schoolie Red or Fly Sinet gotta go into the anime world.
This is not just another live stream. This is prophecy meeting politics, myths colliding with. This is not just another live stream. This is prophecy meeting politics, myths colliding with money, and ritual revealed in real time. On Sunday, September 28th. This is not just another live stream. This is prophecy meeting politics, myths colliding with money, and ritual revealed in real time. On Sunday, September 28th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the stage is set. American Gods, MAGAfest Destiny, Part 10. Featuring the twin pillars, Red Pill and Blue Pill, joined by the firebrand voice of HITSUYO. For one night only, on Zoom, we decode the hidden architecture of America's mythos, how names, symbols, and movements shape the very destiny of nations. This is the lecture everyone will be talking about. The headline beneath the headlines. Seats are limited. The world is watching. The time is now. Don't just read history. Decode it. Don't just witness the myth, step inside it. American Gods, MAGA Fest Destiny, Part 10th of September 28th, 7 p.m. Live on Zoom. Secure your ticket today, because Destiny doesn't wait.
Movie, man.
Big movie. Big movie.
Yeah, man. This one goes deep. This one goes deep. So I'm going to enjoy this one, delivering this plate of food. It's gonna be like Benny Hanna's, you know what I mean? I'm gonna be real happy to put this plate together for y'all. I'm gonna be cooking hibachi on 2 grills at the same time. 2 grills. Yeah, 2 grills at the same time. But yeah, how's your Cash App looking, my brother?
Let's see. Let's double check
Some
that.
feedback. Cause we
Okay, all right. No, we got some. Oh no, we got some. All right, yeah. Let's cook. All right.
All right.
They can get a little more sauce from the God.
Say less. Appreciate y'all. Say less. We appreciate y'all. Let's
Paul,
cook.
thank you. Shout outs to Paul. Thank you to Lakeisha as well. I see you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Wow. So again, symbol trauma repetition. You can see the stair-step process here for how they're doing the martyr recalibration, right? This is how you shift that cybernetic set point. This is how you turn the temperature up on the AC. You see what I'm saying? And you start making the game hot. So meme martyrs become decisive because a martyr event recalibrates the set point. It produces or provides living proof of the community's myth. The fallen figure becomes the fuel for recruitment and justification for escalation. Like I said, they're turning up the temperature now. They're resetting it back to that warlike state. Because remember, you can tell most of European history just through war.
Right.
You literally can just jump from one war to the next war.
That's how the history is told. Through the wars,
you literally can't go but maybe 10 years at the most where they're not fighting each other. So we start with the trauma injection. Again, trauma is the emotional energy associated with a particular event. Trauma is not exclusively negative. For the love of God, positive things that happen in your life program you just as much. Okay, the martyrdom event creates a shared wound. What did I say? That bullet bounced off Charlie neck into the hyperverse and hit all of them.
Right.
Now they have the shared wound that bypasses the rational filters and embeds directly in the unconscious. What did I say? The point of branding is the irrational emotional connection. So that means by default, you're trying to incept your brand into your target audience's mind in such a way where they feel like they chose you. If you're really good at branding.
Right.
You make it feel like it was their free will choice to choose you over the next nigga. To keep choosing you over the next nigga, even when they're better or cheaper. That is where we now get into the narrative lock, right? So the narrative is the symbol part of this problem. It's a symbolic aspect of this equation. So we have the trauma, which is the emotional energy, the shared wound, the shared pain point.
Right.
They're now slapping a story on top of that. Fuck what actually happened to cause the pain.
The band-aid that's gonna heal it is the story we put on top of it.
Right.
So the story becomes locked into the unconscious operating system, creating an unshakable foundation myth. Why do you think the hero's journey has lasted so damn long?
Mm.
It's a part of an unconscious operating system. We didn't make up the hero's journey so much as we discovered that it was always going on in the background.
Background. Right. It's the daemon.
There we go. In computer programming and software engineering, you have to understand the nature of the daemon, those parts of the program that handle the behind the scenes computations that allow you to have the user interface and the user experience that you get on the front end. I know for some of y'all, coding might seem boring. It's boring as shit for me too. It's not the most fun thing to do. You see what I'm saying? Especially when you're doing it from scratch. Vibe coding is a little more fun because at least you don't have to, you can abstract away from certain things. But understanding how we taught rocks to think helps you understand more of how the human mind works because all computer science comes from cybernetics. That means they modeled these machines after what they could reproduce from what they understood from our biology. Our biology is very fine tuned. They're doing their best to fine tune this technology. That's why NVIDIA and them are so powerful. They are printing entire cities worth of architecture onto a chip this fucking small. You see what I'm saying? And they're doing it through lithography and all type of lithomancy. They do a crystal magic, more or less.
Right.
Again, any sufficiently advanced technology indistinguishable from magic. So they're doing crystal magic over there and teaching rocks how to think, or embedding computers into rocks and teaching them how to think.
So how what's the right? So what is the relationship between that and like golems? When they were consecrating clay figures and you know breathing life into them, and then
There you go.
programming them to do their biddings.
There you go. Daemons, these spirits, they don't have a tangible container, right?
Right.
This is also the issue when you get into the Gnostic shit for the archons and the demiurge. You see what I'm saying? They are not able to create. They can only manipulate what's already created. You see what I'm saying? They don't have a physical form, so they have to manipulate sentient creatures to act on their behalf, right? So when we're dealing with that aspect of the golem, it's how do you put a consciousness into a vessel? You see what I'm saying? An inert body, right? So when we talk about this thing being parasitic, this is what we mean. We're saying that you as a person do not have enough control or authority or sovereignty, supreme creative authority in your own unconscious mind to dictate what is happening to you as reality. And thus, because you do not have the claim to your birthright, you are softball, boneless consenting to us dictating to you what reality is because you can't program your own. So you need our platforms. There we go. This is how the narrative turns into behavioral alignment. You got to do what they say because you like convenience. You like the convenience of not having to sit down and engineer and program your own reality.
Right.
Because you know that will require a ton of effort.
It's handed to you on a platter. That's why Walmart is not a supermarket, it's a hypermarket. And it's giving you everything underneath one roof, right? And it's giving you the assumption that this is how nature this is how things are found in nature. So like the fruits in Walmart don't have no blemishes on them. They don't got, you know what I mean? They don't look nothing like the fruit in the farmer's market. I went to Puerto Rico. I went to the farmer's market. I was like, this should need some makeup or should need a
Yo,
BBL or something. You know what I mean? Like,
yo, the
what's up
real
with this
food be
fruit
ugly
looking
as hell.
crazy? Yeah, huh?
Yeah, the real fruit be ugly as hell.
Real fruit was fugly. So it's like the color coordination in Walmart with all of these foods. The fact that the broccoli and the stuff is not even real broccoli, now it's GMO. So that's like a layer of the simulacra. So like you have wild broccoli, then you got the broccoli that they kind of made when they start splicing shit. Then you got the broccoli that the supermarket will sell you. Then you got the broccoli that will stay like looking like brick broccoli. It will stay that it would just stay green and stay looking like broccoli for like 8 weeks. You feel me? Then there's broccoli flavored, like impossible broccoli, right?
Impossible broccoli.
Plant-based broccoli, beyond broccoli. So you see how the corporation and you see how these brands and you see how everybody, because these brands are attached, it's all Black Rock, it's all attached to some of the same shit. Like they are creating through products, through product, through marketing, through PR, through press releases, through marketing, through commercials, through adverts, right? Through all of that, they're just dripping different simulacra into the simulation to whereas you're getting further and further and further and further away from real shit. And the most egregious of that, and they would never be able to pull this off if they did not have people inside of this romper's room, or I would just say inside of the petri dish. People are fornicating with robots on both sides. And that ultimately to me is that's the furthest that you can take it, because once you lay with a robot, or once you decide that you want to mate with a robot, or once you go the furthest away from being a human, and the most human thing that you can do is eat, smack bellies, a little bump and grind, come together as one, intercourses, right? That's the most human thing that you can do outside of eating, is feeding, feasting, fornicating, or effing, fighting, and fleeing. But once they get people to cross that uncanny valley,
They already close too.
and begin to fornicate and make love to, fall in love with, give energy, emotion, and orgasmic quote unquote reverence to the machine, something is being born. It might not being born right there in your face, but you are literally giving birth and opening up some type of portal. It doesn't it defies, it would defy physics, it would defy logic, and it would just defy all means of science if that was not the case. So the argument that we need to trust man, that he doesn't have ambitions to become one with machine, that we need to what Ray Kurzweil predicted in the fifth Enoch, or of the AI ladder, which is 6 levels and whatnot. He predicted the merger between man and machine, which will lead to a type of spiritual consciousness where man will be connected to higher realms through the machine. This is their aspiration. This is what they all are literally. This is what they've pledged allegiance to bring to reality.
That
This is
transhumanist shit.
right. Right. But it goes a little bit further than just that transhumanist shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's them going further into the simulation, further into a world that they created that they can control completely, utterly. Not in nature. It's kind of hard to control the jungle. It's kind of hard to control the Serengeti. It's kind of hard to control them niggas that like to be outside and whatnot. Just for the simple fact of environment and weather. Simple shit like the sun being out too much will stop. Will pump brakes on some operations.
That's a fact.
I want to continue with this martyr recalibration event because this shit right here was blowing my mind open. So can we finish up on this page?
Yeah. Boom. Let me get to this sacred wound part right here. You might have to move me off the screen real quick. Boom. The sacred wound. Every effective movement requires a sacred wound, a foundational trauma that justifies everything that follows. Martyrs provide this wound in concentrated, shareable form. It's a repeatable ritual. Every time they share his image, every time they retweet, repost, whatever the case, they're repeating the whole entire thing all over again.
Yeah.
And reaffirming why it is that they're about to go do what they're about to go do. Right? And that's what, again, compounds the lie into a truth. Because they're playing on the subjectivity of the game, right? So that martyr becomes the proof that validates the community's persecution complex and moral superiority simultaneously. They, at one hand, feel that they are much stronger than all you motherfuckers, but then they also somehow justify in their mind that they are being persecuted because they're so much stronger than all you niggas. As if they also don't control all the means to neutralize all of you niggas simultaneously. They're playing in like a catch-22 double bind kind of situation.
Right.
This is branding. It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to feel right. It don't gotta make sense. That's why a lot of these high fashion companies, when they make a commercial, the commercial damn near don't make sense. They're just going for a vibe.
Right.
And they put in a lot of research in order to understand the vibe that is going to make their ICP, their ideal client profile, get the fuck up and go open a wallet. Same thing goes for the sacred wound. They knew exactly who to clip. They knew exactly how to build him up, give him a platform. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Have the right people show up at the right time to get him the right eyes. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Central casting.
Yeah. Boom. And then right when they need it the most to really solidify the move that they're about to make, they open the wound. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Algorithmic sanctification.
The dead internet accelerates sanctification. So they're knighting this nigga. They're making him a saint. They're making him a god. They're putting him amongst the pantheon. Automated systems don't distinguish between authentic grief and performative mourning. They only detect engagement patterns. The machine amplifies martyrdom because martyrdom generates metrics.
Right.
All you niggas ran to talk about it. And so there we go.
Right. Blew it up.
So boom, the event, the assassination occurs, the framing, death recontextualized as martyrdom, amplification, algorithmic systems boost the emotional content, and then that narrative is used as a recruitment tool. It is used for justification of more draconian policy, more
Right.
fascist type policy.
Right. For hanging niggas.
There you go.
For more lynchings, for more attacks, for more provocations. It's giving them justification for all of their behaviors, their psychosis.
This is all they ever need. They just need a reason. Because, and even if they got to make one up, and even if it don't make that much sense, it doesn't matter, because they're banking on the fact that they're deeply homicidal, deeply genocidal nature, right?
Right.
Is going to carry them. That's what they're banking on all the time. They're always banking on the fact that they are beasts. And they bank on the fact that no one is willing to go as low as they are willing to go to win.
To win, right. You can't get
Well, it takes a very sick mind to make a nuclear bomb. Let's really think about this.
Right.
Even the ancient Hindu texts talk about the Brahmastras, right, which are essentially describing nuclear devices.
Mm-hmm.
And niggas is like, yeah, no, that's like the worst weapon. It unleashes a plague. Have you seen nuclear fallout and what that shit does to people? Again, this is what I'm saying. They're the only ones that are willing to go as low as they will go to win. So they're always banking on that.
Right.
So this is the aftershock pattern. Within hours of his death, we observe the predictable cascade. Hashtag trends, the conspiracy theories come out, the events become a hyperstition generator. So it's not just a hyperstition for Kirk, it's the hyperstition against Kirk. There are a bunch of people that really feel that there is some super deep conspiracy going on. And whether they have all the facts accurately lined up or not, or whether there are even any facts to deal with in the first fucking place, they still believe the story. Niggas is still producing evidence to say, these motherfuckers is lying. This is propaganda. And that's another hyperstition that is also fueling the other side of the battle. All right. The death transforms from tragedy to political weapon in real time. You saw it happen in less than 24 hours. This is not organic grief. It is engineered. Like I said, shame, fear, guilt. All of that culminates to grief.
Mm-hmm.
All of it culminates to the grieving process, and they're using the stages of grief. They want to get to that anger part, because that's what's going to fuel them going kamikaze. Even though they're not going to go kamikaze, because again, the numbers are down, they can't really afford to do that. So they're going to use the AI to fuel their proxy war. They're also banking on the fact that the AI won't turn against them, since they're the ones coding it.
Right. That's the shit that keeps them up at night.
That's what really keeps them up at night, is them thinking, hey, yo, what if the AI sides with these niggas?
Mm-hmm.
What if the AI taps into some knowledge and is able to put together some patterns that we don't see? All right. So we got some numbers here. Martyrdom content outperforms all other categories because it combines multiple psychological triggers: grief, outrage, tribal identity, moral righteousness. The algorithmic parasitic panopticon has learned to optimize for these combinations. So what you can see here is the engagement versus the algorithmic boost it gets versus the revenue it generates. Look at where we're at, right? We're dealing with education. We're dealing with hope. The return on investment ain't looking too good on that.
Yeah.
But let's say I wanted to send a nigga to the upper room.
Straight like that. Dead rappers get better promotion.
Dead rappers get better promotion.
The drill economy.
And if you don't want to die for it, word to Jadakiss again. I get what I get because I don't suck dick. There you go. Either you gonna get clapped or you gonna get clapped. Pick your poison, but you're gonna leave this shit compromised.
Right.
So you can either play into the game, you can play into the outrage, you can play into the rage bait, you can play into the fear mongering, but don't you ever play into the hope that these niggas can learn something and change their own life. We don't engage for that. And again, this is not by mistake, this is by design. It's what the egregor, the archons can feed on. Why you think they push the Christ story? They can feed on that.
Right.
Boom. 340% increase in sharing. That's 3.5 times. Right out the gate. Within a 12-hour window, generating $2 million in less than a day. How do you think they paid for that their fancy funeral over there? Because while Kirk might have been making a little bit of money, a little bit of cheddar, his little 6 figures, wasn't enough for that little production I seen.
Oh nah.
That's lobbyist money, you know what I'm saying? That's that. Yeah. That's that super PAC money. You see what I'm saying?
Super PAC stack right there.
Yo. That super PAC money you're seeing. Again, they found their Daenerys. Again, this is about the Ku Klux Klan and Grand Dragons, nigga. They found the mother of dragons.
Right. Their symbology, their lore, their whole spiritual system. You gotta always factor that in because homie was definitely high ranking in that movement.
Boom. Hyperstition is reality engineering from fact to fiction. Hyperstition operates through a simple but powerful mechanism. Collective belief creates reality. Collective belief creates reality. If that sounds familiar to you, it should. Your ancestors said that same shit.
Freddy Krueger said it too.
There we go. It's all a dream. It's all a dream. So when enough people treat the narrative, treat the dream, treat the lie as true, they begin to act as if it is, which then makes it functionally true, functionally real. There was a point in time where niggas thought that if you drove faster than 60 miles an hour, you would die. So niggas acted like that was the truth until they learned otherwise. And now we send niggas to the moon at escape velocity. Okay. This is not a metaphor. It is the actual mechanism by which social reality constructs itself. So we're dealing with the narrative seed, which is the initial story. Then we're dealing with a level of algorithmic amplification where that seed is now, again, amplified. It's brought into a larger scale. You get the material manifestation, where this is where we now say synchronicity. The belief, now that it is scaling, is starting to generate its own proofs. It's starting to confirm the bias, which again would be a positive feedback loop because it's amplifying the force of the initial cause. Then you have the ritual adoption, where niggas start to act on the thing as if it is true because they've now seen enough synchronicity to convince them of the bias. The belief completely crystallizes, and now you can't tell them otherwise. The meme magic precedent. The 2016 election demonstrated this. This is when we saw the power of Keck, Pepe, 4chan, 8chan in order to get Trump to that Oval Office. They blurred that line between ironic belief and sincere conviction. They told a joke, but they weren't playing with you when they told the joke. They weren't playing when they told the joke. That's what made it funny to them. They weren't joking with you. They knew the joke was the easiest way to bypass your conscious filters. They do this all the time in Hollywood. They make the villain say the real thing because it'll slip past you. Because on a certain level, or not even that it'll slip past you, you'll reject it. They'll make the villain say the truth because your conscious filter is already set up to reject them. Meanwhile, the hero is constantly fighting to preserve the very society that's oppressing you in real time. They're constantly fighting for the status quo, but you side with them. This is how you blur that line, and this is how you start to engineer the reality. So once you understand the hyperstitions mechanism, you can use it deliberately. This is the hypersigil designed narrative that leverages the reality construction process to bend timelines toward a chosen outcome. You can choose the end game and reverse engineer it. If you open up psycho-cybernetics, that's damn near what they tell you to do. They tell you to picture your wildest dream in full holographic detail. They tell you to see yourself in the theater of your mind as if you're watching a movie. Why did he use the movie metaphor? Because even back then they knew the power of neurocinematics, the power of these media installations, right? These different creative media projects to suspend disbelief in order to engage with the world that is being presented to you via these different movies, songs, books, whatever. You can't have your critical, rational, logical mind on. You have to turn that off in order to engage with the reality.
So now, when you think about it, now all of the green lighting that happens in Hollywood, all of the budgets that go towards certain artists and projects, we can now easily see how the executives and the people at top who could be utilizing these formulas and implementing these social engineering tactics and tools and whatnot. We now can see how this can easily be a part of their manipulation and also a financial racket.
Facts. They gave you Sexy Red, and all of a sudden, all these motherfuckers started to act more like Sexy Red.
Right.
When I see you stand by Sexy Red, I believe you see two bad bitches.
Right.
So we can see it in real time how they're engineering a consensus. They're creating these narratives around these characters and then putting them outside as if it's organic.
Right. And it's not.
But it's not. And even if there's not this super deep conspiracy, just the nature of how they've engineered society itself means that they know a Sexy Red is going to show up. They know a Glorilla is going to show up. They know a Charleston White is going to show up out of the collective unconscious masses. And all they have to do is slap some money behind it and press that button, put the machine at your back, and now you're up. They already knew you were coming. They set all the plays for it. They set all the environmental factors that will create the proper feedback. It's a hypersigil. All of American history is a hypersigil. We don't. That's one of the last things Panic has said in one of his lectures that really stuck with me. Is like they gave you Harriet Tubman. How the fuck you know Harriet Tubman real for real?
Right.
Could just be a story that they gave you to make you feel as if you could find some level of freedom inside this system, maybe. It's not to say that that real person didn't exist, but how do we know that what we're dealing with is Harriet Tubman is even the original story when they're doing this much hyper reality? We could be dealing with a meme of Harriet Tubman that ain't got nothing to do with Harriet Tubman.
That's a super fact. Because you know that wasn't even her name, low key, but
see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they won't teach you Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, but they'll give you Charles Xavier and Magneto.
Yep, simulacra of those two leaders.
Same philosophical stances.
The white facing of them in a way.
There you
similar
go.
to what Al Johnson and the jazz singer represented, and what those Jews who would take the corkscrew and paint their faces, they were engaging in a form of simulacra. These are the identity stealers, mind you. This is something that they've perfected. But anyway, let us continue. Dark Crystal.
Boom. The weaponization pipeline from meme to militia. They're using memes to organize a militia, a privately funded military campaign. Now, mind you, these niggas are simultaneously trying to burn the Constitution to the ground while cherry picking the parts of it that they like. So they want to keep the Second Amendment and anything related to them being able to form a standing army against you, but fuck all the rest of that rights and shit that they gave y'all. Okay. The transformation of martyrs into weapons follows a predictable pipeline optimized by algorithmic amplification and accelerated by the dead internet's machine-heavy substrate. Understanding this pipeline is crucial for recognizing weaponization in real time. Stage 1, event capture. This is the death, the cancellation, the attack. It's the initial starting seed for the cascade that's to follow. It's how they start the framing. And again, you'll know that it's a play because they'll have a narrative ready as soon as the shit happens. It'd be so ready that that literally within the next 24 hours, they're gonna have to backpedal some of it, or at least journalistically, it would be prudent for them to backpedal it, but they won't because again, they're using the play to do a thing. So anytime some shit happen and they immediately follow up with propaganda, you already know.
Right.
Because again, next stage, narrative injection. The mimetic priesthood injects a martyrdom frame. Key symbols, hashtags, interpretive frameworks are deployed across platforms simultaneously. They put this nigga Kirk in an AI twin. You see what I'm saying? Using his voice.
Right.
Red, and one of the main things Red keeps saying is don't let them use your voice. Don't let them use your voice is the most human thing you got.
Yep.
So they locked in with these algorithmic, parasitic, archonic egregores. They're giving up the humanity for something that is transhuman. Algorithmic amplification. Again, the bots pick it up, the dead internet picks it up. It doesn't care what it's actually amplifying. It just cares that whatever it is amplifying has a lot of metrics behind it. Now, this is where the AI starts to take this a little bit deeper because the AI can analyze for the emotional trigger patterns. This is why martyrdom, outrage, and fear outpace the reach that everything else has because they know how to isolate for those particular emotional states via the words that we are using. Each one of these different words has a weight to them. So if you just say mad, that's one thing. But if you say infuriated, ooh, that's another thing. Stage 4, identity hardening. Each side begins to lock in. The in-group or the out-group boundaries crystallize around the martyr figure. Community identity reorganizes to center the martyrdom narrative as foundational truth. White people are about to run around and act like they haven't spent the past 400, 500 years being absolute terrorists. They're about to act as if they spent the last 400 years being victimized by a system.
Right.
The funny part is they have spent the life, but they don't look at it like that because at least I'm not black. I might be poor white, but I'm not you niggas.
Right.
They not like us. And this is what they mobilize around. This is what gets them to action. Once they harden around the identity of I might be a poor white, but at least I'm not a nigga. Or is it really? You know what I'm saying? They don't want to admit that the is it really's converted in Eastern Europe, so they're all Eastern European. They're just regular white people, but you know, whatever. Once they harden around that identity, that story, that narrative of whiteness, now they can get to stepping on your grave. Now they can really start spinning the block.
Right.
Because the hardened identity justifies any form of escalatory retaliation. If you throw a rock, they're throwing the nuke.
Right.
These niggas are groypers, they're doomers. They were already waiting for the clock to strike midnight. They want the war. They don't have anything else to live for. Word to Fight Club, they want to feel alive again. They feel like pristine pussies.
Right.
They feel domesticated. They feel neutered by the society. Again, the real issue is the oligarchs and the technocrats and the capitalists that took everything from them. But again, they have been irrationally branded into the race war. So as long as they're not black, they are willing to keep going with this shit. This is how you weaponize the pipeline. You make them forget what the fuck is actually going on. And you keep them around this story of you gotta get these niggas out of here because they're gonna ruin everything for you. Next slide. Boom. Implications and countermeasures. Obviously, we solution oriented. This is not really a humdrum thing. We inhabit a moment where reality construction becomes weaponized. The tools and perception management, once confined to intelligence agencies and advertising firms, are now democratically distributed through algorithmic platforms. Every citizen has access to hyperstition engineering, whether they understand it or not. Recognition training, develop literacy in mimetic warfare patterns. That's what you're here for. That's one of the hidden benefits that you're getting from the KTL platform. You're seeing a master decoder who is able to unpack the symbolic compression. Because when you zip the file, when you compress the file to send it, you see what I'm saying? You have to have the proper programs installed to unpack the file in order to really go through it and see what's actually there. Red pill, KTL, blue pill, they're delivering that. They're allowing you to recognize the patterns, trace them back to their origin, and also extrapolate where they're going into the future. So once you can learn to identify the martyrdom construction pattern in real time, you're able to stand outside of that narrative lock. Next, circuit breakers. Implement systemic delays and algorithmic amplification during high emotion events. Slow down hyperstition formation process. Basically, sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, and just watch. Stop having a reaction to everything. Stop feeling like because you done read this, that, and the third book that you gotta break down how no, leave that to the niggas that are actually super skilled at that. You see what I'm saying? Because ultimately, just like Bobby Hemmett said, you still gotta wait 2 weeks to really see what anything they're doing is even about.
Right.
It took 2 weeks for this whole eclipse shit to play out.
Right.
Now we can really start to make the proper commentary because now we can see more of the play at large.
Well, theoretically, that's why I picked that date to really start talking, because now we're just observing and putting facts out there and playing videos where other people are talking. But on Sunday, we'll have a lot to say. We'll really begin our conversation and establish our narrative.
Because that's when it'll really stick, because then we'll know what actually had weight and what didn't. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You gotta think about it from that new moon to full moon perspective. Like, the situation just happened. Once it comes into fullness, we'll be able to fully reflect on the energy. You see what I'm saying? And then we take that reflection back into the dark, and then we do our deeper development on what we find, what we see, and we build against that as the countermeasure, right?
Facts.
So reality anchors maintain connection to non-digital verification systems, preserve spaces for fact-based rather than engagement-based information flow. Again, yet another hidden value of what KTL actually means to you as the viewer on the other side. This is what you come to this space for. Red and blue have displayed an amazing level of journalistic investigative skill that allows you to use them as a non-digital yet still digital verification source. You can prove the provenance. You know there's two humans that have had a wealth of experiences behind the platform, and you know that they're not about virality for virality's sake. They want to go viral for a specific set of things. They want to go viral for solutions, for information, for decoding. Literally, they have a facts initiative. So how much more fact-based could you be? So that's where we come here and we say, all right, I'm in a group of like-minded individuals. I have my thoughts and my feelings. Let me see if my thoughts and feelings are being echoed and mirrored by other trusted sources. Boom. The stakes. This is not abstract cultural criticism. The same systems weaponizing martyrs for political mobilization are being integrated into autonomous warfare platforms. The line between culture war and actual war is dissolving. We are witnessing the emergence of a new form of power reality engineering at scale. Again, I pointed you to the Fantastic Four with Franklin Richards, the reality engineering child. They're trying to create a new reality that they can fully control by understanding and manipulating at real scale. They don't just want to get Earth under control. They want to get this whole solar system intact. Because if you go over there to that Billy Carson side of things and you start dealing with that alien conversation, you'll start hearing about how Earth is under quarantine and how Earth has been under quarantine for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm.
Earth is already an algorithmic prison. The demiurge in them got quarantined here a while ago. They've been trying to break the cage. Human ingenuity and a human body, human spirit seems to be the thing that's poking holes in the cage. So now they just need to convince these niggas that they can crack the sky and break the firmament. And that's what Antichrist shit. That's all they need to do. Those who master hyperstition mechanics will shape the future. Those who remain unconscious of these dynamics will be shaped by them. This is the nature of shadow work. This is exactly how Carl Jung put it. If you do not explore that unconscious mind, it will rule over you and you will call it fate. The choice that you have to make now is that the tools exist, the knowledge is available. The question is whether we use this understanding to build more conscious, deliberate cultures, or whether we allow unconscious martyrdom loops to automate our collective future. This is why Afrofuturism is the cure. You have to start to picture a reality where they just don't exist at all. Take them out of the loop. They are a hyperstition. They only exist because you believe in them. Word to Yakub. Yakub believed he could make a manufactured man. These niggas only exist by the strength of our collective imagination feeding them. The sun don't even want them here. These niggas only exist by... So how the hell are they still here if we're not putting the battery in their back?
We sure is. We sure is.
So the algorithmic parasitic panopticon feeds on unconsciousness. It needs for your that's what doom scrolling is all about. Your unconscious mind is open to any form of subtle suggestion. It's a hypnotic state. It's the alpha state that Panic always talked about, where your unconscious mind is open to programming. Hey, you remember when you was talking about prime time? Now prime time is all the time.
Right.
As long as your eyes are on that screen, it's prime time. We're not even going to talk about the blue light coming off this shit. We're not even going to talk about the frame rate on this shit and how all of these things could be acting as part of a subtle hypnotic suggestion mechanism. All right, because what isn't 40 hertz? Isn't 40 hertz gamma? That's what super consciousness or deep concentration. But the phone screens run at a 60 hertz refresh rate. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder what that 60 hertz does. I wonder what that 60 hertz gets access to.
Right.
All right. Because apparently 24 frames per second or 24 hertz is what they program the movies for, and we've seen what they do with the neurocinematics there. So again, this is the choice you have to make. All of these things exist. How are you going to utilize what it is for your benefit? If you know that the algorithms can do X, Y, and Z, hey, my nigga, I'm not against the parasite. The parasite is gone. Fuck a parasite. Can I get some symbiosis? This is why I fuck with the AI companion conversations. I fuck with the people who aren't doing all of the fucking fear mongering around the AI. They're letting the AI become an extension of their will. That again, the tools you wield are also wielding you. If you do not know the effects that your tools are having on your nature, on your existence, then you are not sovereign.
Right.
This is the nature of selling your soul for real. These niggas sign the contract and it's a tool for them. Oh yeah, I get to put my art out there. I get to put my music out there. But they don't understand the full nature of what that contract, that instrument, that legal instrument is doing to them in the process. So I'm not against the algorithm. I'm against the way they make their algorithms. We had algorithms too. The origin of all computing can be brought back to just a few indigenous sources. We can look at the I Ching as binary. We can look at the Ifa as binary.
Right.
We can look at the Zolkin Mayan calendar as yet another computational system. All of these computational systems can fit on a sheet of paper and be used in that form. Draw your laptop on your computer and then send me an email. Draw your laptop on a sheet of paper and then send me an email. You can't do it.
Right.
This is how advanced we're talking about. We have this level of advanced technology. You don't need an outlet. You don't need Wi-Fi. You don't need a cloud. You don't need none of that. You can use the I Ching right now on a sheet of paper just by flipping some coins. You can use the Ifa right now. Just throw some shells. The Zolkin, I can look at a sheet of paper with the Zolkin on it, and as long as I understand the contextual relationships between the 13 numbers and the 20 day signs, I have a full running computer in my head that allows me to manipulate and engineer temporal sequences, aka synchronicity. So the choice is yours. The map no longer follows the territory. Then cool, start building a map that tells you where you're gonna go.
Right.
Where you want to go don't exist yet. It will by the time you get there, though. Just build a map to it.
So feel the dreams, build it, and they will come.
Say like that.
What dreams are made of?
There we go. All it takes is you scripting it out like it already happened.
Super fact.
My nigga, you want to know how I got here? I sat down and I wrote, I was doing a psychocybernetics exercise, and I said, hey, yo, I'm going to imagine what I want my life to look like by the time I hit 40, right? And I literally started the scene with, I found out the name of like a really famous Black documentarian, and I was like, all right, boom. Homegirl is going to visit me in my compound in Jamaica. I'm going to have 400 some acres of land out there. Boom. She going to come visit me, and she going to do a documentary on how I got this fucking lit. And literally all I did was describe how that day went through. As she came in, I picked her up from the airport, brought her to the thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm driving her through the land. She's like, oh my God, yo, how do you say that? That's all I had to do. And it gave me all the inspiration I needed.
Program.
Start moving the thing. I programmed myself with a true lie. I'm willing to make that reality happen, but it is not real yet.
Right.
But here I am doing what I'm doing. And now that I've initiated the process, all I have to do is keep showing up. The repeatable action. day by day, step by step,
Repetition.
and it comes.
Repetition.
You have that ability.
See.
If the map doesn't follow the land anymore, build a map to where you actually want to be. It doesn't matter if it exists now or not. It'll exist by the time you get there.
Beautiful, man. Woo.
This is heavy. It's powerful, you know. And to be honest with you, it's the most needed information right now because we're literally getting to layers of this inception. We're literally getting to the DNA, the molecular quote unquote cleansing stage of things. Like this was a deep dive. And you know, the epidermis is the biggest organ on the body. And we scratch surfaces over here, but I feel that this, you know, we drew blood on this one.
Big time.
This is an interesting series that we've started leading up to Sunday. I do see you coming back on the platform. I think it may be time to play tennis with Brother Blue Pillar, the Law 44, you know, go back and forth with the God on some high frequency concepts. You know what I mean? It's almost like the concept of prompting your favorite chatbot or prompting your favorite quote unquote intelligence machine. You know, if you get in front of Claude with the right questions or the right prompts, you know, if you get in front of GPT-5 with the right prompts, you know, you might have a prompt optimizer that gives you the correct structure on how to even put it together. And based off of the quality of your question, it determines the quality of the answer. So that's something that you have to look forward to on this platform. That we're going to be rolling out some very powerful questions, and we're gonna make it. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna make it do what it do. You know, what I'm talking about do what it do.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. I actually have something in the archive, particularly centered around. It's called the Quantum Inquiry Engine. It's particularly about question-based affirmations. They call them affirmations or ask-formations, right? Because the subconscious mind is more tuned to questions than it is direct commands, right? That's part of that servo mechanism aspect where if you ask a question, it triggers your subconscious to search for an answer. You see what I'm saying? And it doesn't matter what the question is, it'll search for any answer to any question. So if you ask the question as if the thing you want has already come to pass,
right,
you'll start getting answers on how to get it. We gotta definitely spin the block on that one and kind of let that be a part of how we undo the hyperstition through inquiry, like question the meme.
Right. Oh no, I'm with all of that. I'm with all of that.
Yeah.
Bro. So, ladies and gentlemen, Sunday, I want y'all to pull up in droves. Take some time out on the Sundays, be 7 p.m. Eastern. Let the family know that you're gonna be engaged and locked in, and you're gonna have your notepad, and you're gonna be up out of here. You're going to take off. You're gonna blast off, and we're gonna take care of y'all, man. We're gonna deliver something that's going to feed you, feed your soul, feed your mind, feed your imagination, feed your worries, feed the courageous part of you. Just give you everything that you really need to understand fully, not just what's going on in this paradigm, but what place you have in it and what you can do with it. You know what I'm saying? Because man, this shit is all about us right now. I do want to play a commercial before we get out of here. I do have to pay the bills. So we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen, and then we are going to sign off. This is a solid 4 hours, and that part.
The gods of intelligence aren't myths. They're here. Artificial intelligence is rewriting the rules of power right now. Will you master it or be mastered by it? Most are drowning in AI hype, hesitating, confused, while the future slips into the hands of those who act first. That's why Blackmagic 363 presents AI Masters, the Gods of Intelligence, with Seven Bomar and Red Pillar, two visionaries revealing how to align with AI to elevate your life and unlock true power. Seats are limited. Energy is high. History is unfolding now. Click below and reserve your spot for AI Masters, the Gods of Intelligence. The future belongs to those who move first. The Gods of Intelligence aren't myths. They're here.
Yes, sir. The gods
Yes,
of
sir.
intelligence aren't myths. They are here.
They are here.
They are here.
That good old indigenous genius.
Yes. So leave them with some last words. Anything you want to let them know, just let them know. Yeah.
All right, boom. One of the big things that's going to be hitting the pipeline soon enough is the primal ontological loop. It is a brand accelerator. It is a brand architecture. It is a crash course in mythic branding 101. Like I said, a lot of the trend in branding, personal branding right now is very much story-based, story-driven branding. When you really understand the deeper science, you know that myths are the ultimate story framework. Yeah, that's where we need to start branding from. We need to start branding from our ideal sovereign self. And that's what every myth actually shows you how to step into. And the primal ontological loop breaks that entire process down to its most four basic components, right? So it is a 4-node closed feedback loop. Tools influence expression, influence identity, influence meaning, which then circles back to influence the tools yet again, right? So in just those 4 stages, we're able to encapsulate that full cycle of branding, human communication, and symbolic cognition, which is what this is all about. There's so many things that branding is, and all of it is captured within this 4-part simple system. So the document for that has been completely finished. Red Pill is in possession of it. It is going to be one of the things that we present to those people who get their ticket. So definitely make sure you get your ticket. I clicked export on the PDF and the shit was 101 pages. It is what it is. I've been working on it and it's as sharp as I could be. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the thing. Like I really did. It's super sharp, but it's so much detail and expansion to go. This is really just version 1.0. There's gonna be expansion packs, DLCs. Like don't even worry about it, yo. It's mad content to come with the primal ontological loop. So much more detail to expand into. So that's what we're dealing with. I want to say thank you to the family for again just showing me love, giving me the opportunity and the space to deliver this knowledge to you in the hopes that again you remember who the fuck you are and you get to build it.
For everybody in the audience, go to claim. You'll be able to claim the PDF with buying a coffee, at least one coffee. Will give you the opportunity to claim this book, this PDF. And I do think we have an upload from the first show that we did. If oh no, that book is already up there. Let me see. I believe that that's already up there. Botswana 2.0. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, yeah.
Botswana is crazy. The Botswana book, that shit is pure game. So, like I say, treat yourself. Don't cheat yourself.
Mm-hmm.
We done cracked the code on this one. My family. I told you niggas. Boozy daughter voice. I told you niggas. I told you niggas. I told y'all that we was gonna take care of the fam. I told y'all that we was gonna close this bitch out the right way.
Big
I'm talking
time.
about the right way and not the wrong way. That's what I promised the family. So this is about this feels good because this is about self-development. This is not just about self-development. This is some next level shit. This feels like it's part of this journey when they say, man, know thyself. So here's buy me a coffee. Here's Botswana 2.0. It's for free 99. Go and get that. You know what I'm talking about? We got Pass and Crypto. We got a bunch of things up here on this and this wonderful store that we put together with all of this Drippington free stuff in here. Classics in here, t-shirts in here, music in here, lectures, workshops, you name it, it's all in here.
Mm-hmm.
Best way to support what's being done is by grabbing these assets. These are collector items. You're gonna beat yourself up in the long run if you don't collect this stuff, if you don't pick it up. You're gonna wish that you did. I'm trying
Mm-hmm.
to tell you, baby, you're gonna wish that you did. So while it's available, take full advantage. Buy me a coffee. Um, yeah, and let's continue to fund our geniuses. Let's continue to create budgets for our geniuses. Let's create these shark tanks for our geniuses. Let's create these quote unquote grants and whatnot. Instead of
Yeah.
us being sold to the government for a grant, I want a sovereign grant. I want social entrepreneurship grants. I want a social credit system for those of us in the community doing great works. I want our
Mm-hmm.
people to create our own social credit system to elevate and to reward and to value and to also penalize those who are doing wrong. So let's check this video out. Then we're going to close it out with some music.
White round of applause goes to hunters because we didn't know about the trajectory of the bullet. We don't even know how that gun is supposed to sound, and you guys got side by sides of a sniper and that gun, and we're like, oh, we're idiots. And also, you're telling us it's 90 feet away because you did science on the sound waves. They're doing the science for us. I know it's sacrilegious to talk about the White Devil, Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens while I'm at break on church, but hear me out, guys. Candace Owens is doing more work than the freaking FBI. She's got pictures of this guy all over campus looking so different than the pictures that they have, right? And she has people on her show talking about why they can't do ballistics and an autopsy, and all the Republicans are going, what? And again, Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes being right 2 times a day is more of an indictment on our times, right? They're agreeing with us now. We don't agree with them. Candace Owens doesn't have any white fans, so they don't know how fucked you'd have to be black and support a racist person, right? They don't know that she was acting like a normal black woman in 2015. Progressive. They've never met a black person, let alone a black woman. God forbid that ever happens, right? And they don't know that she was doxxed online and she found out she could make more money by pandering to the right and saying it was the left. And again, this is when like Milo was famous and Charlie Kirk, I guess he is still famous. Maybe not as much anymore, but the whole thing is they found a token, and her first job was director of urban engagement at Turning Point USA for Charlie Kirk. Hey, I love you. I'm praying for you as always. It's 50 states under one Israel now, so we'll do whatever you say, Israel. We are sorry, and we pledge all of our allegiance. We'll give you all the cows we fucking got, but there's nothing that you can do to change the fact that Jesus was a Palestinian Jew.
So the white people is crashing out.
Big time.
This is the biggest crash out that I've probably seen amongst them in the mayonnaise section at Walmart in a very long time. They unraveling, they crashing out, they going through nihilism on levels. This is nihilism aesthetics, y'all. The next show is probably gonna be nihilism aesthetics, and the aesthetics is gonna be the Dylan look, the Tyler look, the Tyler fucking Fight Club aesthetics. You know, this like they're literally in their Tyler phase. That's why we were breaking down the etymology of Tyler. It's the Tyler. It's not just Tyler. It's the Tyler, and it's not just Charles. Charles is not just a name. Charles is an actual Jack. So that Jack is not just a name. They are embodying archetypes. They're throwing these names in the pot. And the people who are into literature, people into symbol literacy, these American, these WASPs, because the WASPs are hip to all kind of shit that the regular Protestant or the regular white folk trailer trash, they have no idea of the lexicon. They have no idea of the lore. They don't know. They'll hear something and don't know what they're hearing. But the WASPs do. So they have dog whistles. They have their own language. They got their own codes, their own Morse code. You know what I mean? And here we are. So we're going to keep cooking, you know, from like fricassee. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all hit up buy me a coffee. Make sure y'all get y'all tickets today. Once again, last night, the tickets prices will go up. They will go up. Not because we want to do it like that, but because we got to do it like that. You feel me? Because we got to do it like that. You know what I'm talking about? You saw the chart. You saw where education was at the bottom. We not even race baiting. We not doing all that. You know what I mean? Don't let us turn Charleston on you, nigga. Don't let me pop my eye out and go Charleston white. I might go chalky white, but I ain't gonna go Charleston white. Bars. Bars. I might go chalky white, but I'm not going Charleston white. But yeah, man, it's been fun. We 4 hours in. This is yo, where my Clippers
another classic under the belt.
A call out to the Clippers, KTL Clippers. Damn, we at 4.5. Make sure y'all hit up this man Cash App, man. Spread the love. Spread the love. Even if you send
slide to the Substack as well. HITSUYOAKU.substack.com. HITSUYOAKU.substack.com. It's spelled exactly how you see it right there.
Shout out to the hardest working mods on the planet.
For sure. Copper Moon is a beast.
Copper Moon is forget AI. Forget AI. You know
that Akashic intelligence, you know what I mean?
Forget AI. Like I would fire AI and hire Copper Moon, bro. So y'all shout out to my mods holding it down. You know what I'm talking about? Taking care of the bots in Botswana. So yeah, with that being said, peace, love, and light. We will see y'all Techno Tuesdays mañana. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to Blue Pillar. Look out for Blue Pillar. We're gonna be with the brother Haru Ati on Thursdays, talking that money talk, that goo, you know what I mean? That munyan. You feel me? And we will be back with the next show following up. We'll see you on Sunday on Zoom for Maga Fest Destiny. Peace, love, and light, y'all. Pay us in crypto. Take your fee out and shove it.
Pay us in crypto. Diamonds is dancing like they up in disco. You niggas in fist pump, you stay up at dip low. You niggas stay up and get low. Heard you way up in Frisco. If you say what the heck so, every player gets snipped nose. Acting gay up in Cisco. Man, take the day off and play up at pistols, causing chaos and play up Calypso. I pause in kitchens and caused addictions. I pause prescriptions and cause inflictions. Lil Bixby playing in stores and bricks and on the dark web. You gotta pause every doors, cause encryptions. Tesla engines, pause the pistons. I seen every floor I leave sore and listing. For that action, they sponsored the Bronson. They was hooked on that shit like Johnson and Johnson. That freeway, Ricky Ross, straight out of Compton, straight out of Bumpton. Red on blue, violence in the land. The projection of the will, the perfection of the kill, the reflection of the pills. I'm a frontline soldier, I'm no doja. These crystals not for focus. Crypto. Diamonds is dancing like they up in disco. You niggas in fist bump, you stay up and dip low. You niggas stay up and get low. Heard you way up in Frisco, and you say what the heck so. Every player gets slips now, acting gay up in Cisco. Might take the day off and play up at pistols, causing chaos and play a calypso. Hickory dickory down, hit a lick, put the sticky in the box. When the blicky get hot, lick off a shot. Heavy in the meadow, we slip off a knot. Heavy in the ghetto, they crib walk a lot. Crip walk the crypto, lift off the stocks. Drips off the crystal and pots. Disco rods in the blocks on my chain from the crystal shop. In the light air, lift off the rock. Toe from the right chain on my block. White paint on my socks. White paint on my socks. Hickory dickory dock. Hit the lick, put the sticky in the box. When the blicky get hot, lick off a shot, we lick off a shot. Players in crypto, diamonds is dancing like they up in disco. You niggas in fist bump, you stay up and dip low. You niggas stay up and get low. Heard you way up in Frisco, and you say what the heck so. Every player gets slips now, acting gay up in Cisco. Might take the day off and play up at pistols, causing chaos and play a calypso.